I think we're all good enough people. We don't need to. We can just say if we don't want to talk about anything anymore. Talks about consent mechanics. But all right, the setting for our game should be decided collaboratively around the table. This is page 6 if you want to read it. This may be
Great.
emergent. For example, one player may suggest that the place involves animals. Another may amend this to mean a zoo. A third player may agree but suggest it's a zoo planet, establishing biodiversity as a reserve far in the future. You may feel multiple options, but try not to say no to other people's suggestions. Rather, build on top of existing ideas or clarifying questions to create a place that is everyone's. Remember that everything we see happen over the course of our game occurs in this single location. We cannot move outside of our established time frame or see actions or events elsewhere. Be prepared to spend time in the place that we choose. This place does not need to be thoroughly mapped for now. The barest of descriptions may be summed up in a few sentences that will suffice. We will discover it together during play. Decide this now. Everybody going around the table, taking no more than a few minutes. Everybody contributing. So I'm gonna put the boundary on this in that let's pick a part of where we're going to play that we want to start with. And
How
again,
small of a scope?
it is as big or as small as we want. I think that we should either pick a town, pick a city state, pick a particularly interesting geographical region that we would want to see in gameplay or that would have been important in the past. Um, just for if you go to the next page on page 7, you're supposed to roll a dice, but we're going to talk about this. The game is played in 4 cycles where as we draw things, we'll roll a dice in between to determine how many units of time pass. And at the beginning it says, hey, roll a dice. You're going to play either days, weeks, years, decades, centuries, or millennia. And when you roll the dice, you will move either backwards or forwards as many as you rolled that many units. So if we pick millennia, we will always be skipping in thousands of years.
Heck yeah,
If we
dude.
pick days, we will be skipping in days. Um, is there one of these? I don't think millennia is the answer here,
Hmm.
unless somebody has an impassioned reason why we want to play for thousands of years. I'm fine with that. It's just that seems like a very broad place to start, but I guess we've got nothing on the page, so maybe.
There's a lot.
Yeah,
I feel like years is probably
yeah. Years or decades was kind of what I was thinking.
That seems like the sweet spot.
All right.
And then if we so choose, maybe we can say, well, let's just advance 100 years and see what happens.
Yeah, yeah. I'm fine to say okay,
I mean,
whatever. The
Why don't you
rules.
just
start,
roll a d6 and see what it is, Andrew?
Yeah, I am
yeah,
gonna do that just for the heck of it. Let's see what we got.
6. 6.
Nope.
Darn it.
It says decades, so we're gonna go with decades. So
Okay.
we are
So
going to
close
be
to greatness.
discussing a location over the course of decades, um, and this is the place. So is there a? Do we want to do a city state? Do we want to start there, or do we want to pick something a little less political?
well, a city.
Because we are playing the area and like the people that live within it. Some of the questions explicitly ask about geography, like the one was like, what do the stars look like? And some of them are about traditions, like what is the agriculture in the area like? Like that is shaped by people, but it also is defined by their culture. So
Yeah, but it also said we can discover this, discover stuff.
yeah, well
So,
that's the whole point of the game is like we're gonna be making up this place. So do we just want to pick like is this at the foot of a mountain? Is this at the mouth of a river? Is this at the edge of a desert as it kind of like breaches into tundra? Is there a geographic region that somebody feels passionate about or that we want to kind of build on?
Clearly, yes. I want it to feel magical. I don't want it to feel vanilla world, but that's always
magical in
the.
what way?
I want it to seem so. I don't want it to feel
Dean
like
wants rivers
something you
flowing
would.
backwards.
I don't want it to feel like I'm in the real world. This is a fancy game. I don't be like, oh, I walked down the glade and there's grass and it's the hills and woohoo. I could go outside and see that. I don't care.
Are we at the foot of an unreasonably tall waterfall?
I mean, I'm fine if the river literally floats through the air, like it doesn't even touch the ground. I don't like.
Well, so it's like the we don't know the source of the water. It might as well be the heavens itself.
What if we live in the middle of a gigantic forest that you don't know where the ends are, and you have to live in tree houses? Like you got the whole city state's in the trees because you can't go down onto the ground except
Oh,
under certain circumstances.
Mm.
is the ground beneath the clouds?
I don't know. I'm just saying the ground, like
Oh.
if you've got to
Here,
travel, you got to plan this shit, right? Like you can get onto the ground,
right.
But it's an
but it's
ordeal.
hard.
How
What
do you
was
get?
that? I'm thinking about it was a kids show, not total kids, like teenager show. My son watched it on Netflix. They had a big shadow they had to cross in the middle between two city states. That's what I was kind of thinking. I
Like
figured it out.
is the ground prohibitively far away or is it just particularly dangerous?
It was dangerous. You can go down there. Like that was my thoughts. Like sure
the
you can
Wookiee
go on the
World.
ground, but the Wookalars are all going to eat you.
Like the Wookiee home planet.
Yeah, we live in Kashyyyk, except
Sheik?
the ground is lava. Yeah.
The ground
Or
quakes.
That was the becoming a man to actually spend a night on the ground for Wookiees.
What is type
yeah?
at to insert? Who put that?
Yeah, there you go. Something like that. We're Wookiees. That's fine.
No furry races.
That's right.
Well, I mean-
Disgusting furries.
So like it would certainly make traveling to short distances to larger cultural differences way easier.
This is gonna be this is a secluded place because of it's where it is.
And
Yeah.
there's a waterfall in the middle of town that you can access 360 degrees.
Is there a big waterfall in the middle of it?
Yeah, that you can access from all sides. It's like
Oh,
just
it's
this
like
stream of water.
yeah, it's this
We don't know
endless
where it's
stream
coming
of
from.
water.
Everybody gets trophy.
Now this is the good stuff right here.
Here we go. All right, up in the trees, ground is dangerous, big waterfall in the middle. They built the center of town is around this waterfall, right? That's the
Yes.
idea.
Right.
It's like this is well, where else are we gonna get water from? We
Water,
live
right?
in the
Yeah.
trees.
Yeah, we can't go down to the
I
ground
kinda
until
assumed
we've
that.
got to get water from somewhere.
Yeah. All right. I think it says add a couple more details. This doesn't need to be more than a few minutes. Is that enough to start? I think that's enough.
Yeah, like the next question is how do they do agriculture?
We'll figure that out. All right. Each
all
player is
grown on
dealt
the
cards
vine.
from the face-up stack deck in the center until no cards are left. Then, going in this same circle, a player sets down a card at a time, answering the question associated with that card, detailed below. They may read upon the questions first, or pick between their cards at random. Keep going until the world feels established or each player is out of cards, whichever happens first. Try to keep the discussion under 25 minutes. Keep your answers to each question very short. You may wish to take brief notes to jog your memory later. The 3 times I've played this game, I have played where the hand has been dealt once, and I have played where people have just drawn, and I have enjoyed the 2 times where we just drew. I am open to either way. I don't care. Do you want to see your cards before you play them, or do we just want to draw one at a time?
It'd be nice to have a little bit of time to think as one person's going.
Yeah.
I know that I personally and
Yeah, that's fine.
would like a little bit of leeway to.
Yeah, is anybody
Not get put on
opposed
the
to
spot.
that?
No,
Nope.
fine.
All right, hearing none, I'm going to deal each of us. There's 12 of these, 4 suits, 3 faces, so everybody needs 3 cards. 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's 5 of us. Wait. I'm actually playing this game.
Yeah, you are here.
So 2.
You exist.
Can you guys draw from the deck?
If it's the same as it was before, we can.
Yep.
So, like, if I click once, do I draw a card? Oh, well, I've got that one. Oh, yeah, if
There
you
you
click
go.
and drag it to your hand, it'll go to your hand. So everybody draw 2 to start, and then we'll just, if anybody wants extras, we'll figure that out afterwards.
What about the card that's face up now?
Do you see one that's face up?
Yes.
The king
So do
of
I.
the king of
Yes.
King of
diamonds.
diamonds.
Yes.
That's in my hand right now, so I don't think that matters.
Okay.
I drew 2 cards, but I don't know where my hand. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it should be above your name.
I have
Yeah,
2.
you've got 41.
I'll draw another one. Yeah, because
Yeah, he's
I have the
2.
rest of the deck for now.
Got it.
So Mix
How
needs
do
to
you
draw.
drag it?
2.
Were these shuffled?
Yes, they were shuffled.
How do you
Okay.
drag it through your hand?
I already gave you 2
You just drag it over to your
to your
picker?
name. Yep. So everybody's got 2. So there should be what? How many left? I can't count. That's 10. So there's gonna be
Something.
2. There's 2
How many
more.
are there supposed to be?
There's
I tried
12.
dragging one.
Okay.
I tried dragging one to myself, and halfway through it got like frozen right here. Can you guys see that?
No,
Where?
I see you have 2 cards in your
Nope.
hand.
Same.
Okay.
That's what I
Maybe
see.
it's just a visual issue then, because like right above Marshall's icon, there's a frozen card there.
Roll 20
Weird.
having visual issues? No way.
Never.
Never.
I've got a
Perfect.
joker. Does that matter?
Yes. Delete that
Wait.
joker and
I thought you deleted those.
I did delete the jokers. I don't understand how they're here.
Oh, I've got one too.
If you drew a joker, delete it and grab something else.
Perfect. It's perfect in every way.
If you just click and
How do
drag
I
it out
delete
onto click and drag it out onto the map.
Oh.
And then draw another one. And then whoever wants 2 of us need to draw 1 more card each.
Okay, I drew up to 2 cards now.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to take another one cuz I'm your GM. And I'll go first. So somebody else grab another one.
The person who plays it has to answer the question.
You will answer the question.
So more power over the world is what you're saying.
Yeah, your cards are your things. We can
Sure, I'll
talk
take
about
one.
it, but ultimately like you're answering that question.
I'll be the sacrifice.
Okay. So are there more cards?
Then wait, we're bidding against each other to describe something? To win the
No.
right to describe something?
No,
it's just that whatever you play, you answer the question to.
Does somebody else have a King of Hearts in their deck? It doesn't matter who has what. Does somebody have
I
the
do
King of
not.
Hearts?
I do not.
I've got the King of Spades.
Why is there? All right, Mix, you get
Got the
another
Queen
one.
of Hearts?
You get another
Tell
one,
me,
Mix.
Andrew. You tell me.
Why is this here?
Why is your perfect deck of cards so
I
strange?
can't get another one.
There you go. I gave you one.
This is terribly complicated way to play cards.
still shows
online.
he has 2.
I just gave it to him.
Oh, now he has 3. Whoa, what in the world?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This game sucks.
If only there was another way to...
If there was only a way to do this.
Someone should invent
those are
physical
cute.
cards.
I am literally grabbing a deck of physical cards right now. And I'm just gonna when it comes time to draw the numbers, I'm just drawing numbers.
Deck of cards.
Okay.
Online.
God,
Multiplayer. Create
I mean, they have
multiplayer
them in
game.
tabletop.
yeah, seriously. But at that end, we might as well just frickin'
Right. Load into
the
environment.
Yeah.
To draw cards.
Alright, so if you go to page 11, it'll have all of the cards associated with your stuff. And each of us will be answering these questions. Based on what your cards are.
Too many things open. Page 11, you said?
It's page 18 in the PDF, it's page 11 in the book.
That TV show was called Shadow and Bone.
Shadow and
Yep.
Bone.
I watched
Heard
part
of
of that.
I watch it with kids. Yeah, like if they go into the shadow area, they get attacked by all this stuff. I mean, you get through it, but it wasn't easy.
That's just life.
Oh, interesting. I don't know if I want to go first with the ones I drew.
Oh. Oh, I guess I should be looking at it.
These are all I don't want to use the word powerful, but all of these are very powerful cards. Every card is, but I feel like mine are like ugh.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh, goodness.
No, I mean,
No, I meant I tried copying them out of the PDF to put them on
Yeah,
a notepad.
it is
Turned into
not. Yeah,
nonsense.
it is not formatted in such a way that you can do that easily.
Hmm.
Does anybody have
No.
one that they? I guess between it doesn't matter who goes first, but 3 of us have 3 cards and 2 of us have 2.
Right.
Is there somebody who really is feeling inspired about one of their cards and wants to go first? I can tell you, I do not want to go first, based on my cards. I was going to, but I don't think I want to anymore.
Hmm.
If not, we will rely on the dice again.
Okay.
Well. Give me a moment, and I might want to go first.
Okay. Take your time. I need to go grab some. Alright, so we're going to keep track of that. Anybody can write in the document. If you want to write to keep track of things that's going on. I would appreciate me being not the only scribe, but I will be scribing as much as I feel reasonable. I think we're all good enough people. We don't need to. We can just say if we don't want to talk about anything anymore. It talks about consent mechanics, but all right. The setting for our game should be decided collaboratively around the table. This is page 6 if you want to read it. This may be emergent. For example, one player may suggest that the place involves animals. Another may amend this to mean a zoo. A third player may agree but suggest it's a zoo planet, establishing biodiversity as a reserve far in the future. You may feel multiple options, but try not to say no to other people's suggestions. Rather, build on top of existing ideas or clarifying questions to create a place that is everyone's. Remember that everything we see happen over the course of our game occurs in this single location. We cannot move outside of our established time frame or see actions or events elsewhere. Be prepared to spend time in the place that we choose. This place does not need to be thoroughly mapped for now. The barest of descriptions may be summed up in a few sentences that will suffice. We will discover it together during play. Decide this now. Everybody going around the table, taking no more than a few minutes, everybody contributing. So I'm going to put the boundary on this in that let's pick a part of where we're going to play that we want to start with. And
How
again,
small of a scope?
it is as big or as small as we want. I think that we should either pick a town, pick a city-state, pick a particularly interesting geographical region that we would want to see in gameplay or that would have been important in the past. Just for if you go to the next page on page 7, you're supposed to roll a dice, but we're going to talk about this. The game is played in 4 cycles where as we draw things, we'll roll a dice in between to determine how many units of time pass. And at the beginning it says, hey, roll a dice. You're going to play either days, weeks, years, decades, centuries, or millennia. And when you roll the dice, you will move either backwards or forwards as many as you rolled that many units. So if we pick millennia, we will always be skipping in thousands of years.
Heck yeah,
If we
dude.
pick days, we will be skipping in days. Is there one of these? I don't think millennia is the answer here. Unless somebody has an impassioned reason why we want to play for thousands of years. I'm fine with that. It's just that seems like a very broad place to start, but I guess we've got nothing on the page, so maybe?
There's a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like years is probably
Yeah, years or decades was kind of what I was thinking.
That seems like the sweet spot.
All right.
And then if we so choose, maybe we can say, well, let's just advance 100 years and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm fine to say, okay, whatever.
Why don't you just roll a d6 and see what it is, Andrew?
Yeah, I am gonna do that just for the heck of it. Let's see what we got.
6.
Nope.
Darn it.
It says decades, so we're gonna go with decades. So
Okay.
we are going to
close
be
to
discussing a location over the course of decades, and this is the place. So do we want to do a city-state? Do we want to start there, or do we want to pick something a little less political?
Well, a city.
Because we are playing the area and like the people that live within it. Some of the questions explicitly ask about geography. Like the one was like, what do the stars look like? And some of them are about traditions. Like, what is the agriculture in the area like? Like that is shaped by people, but it also is defined by their culture. So
Yeah, but it also said we can discover this, discover stuff.
yeah,
So-
well that's the whole point of the game is like we're gonna be making up this place. So do we just want to pick like, is this at the foot of a mountain? Is this at the mouth of a river? Is this at the edge of a desert as it kind of like breaches into tundra? Is there a geographic region that somebody feels passionate about or that we want to kind of build on?
Clearly, yes. I want it to feel magical. I don't want it to feel vanilla world. But that's always
Magical in
the.
what way?
I want it to seem so. I don't want it to feel
Dean
like
wants rivers
something you
flowing
would.
backwards.
I don't want it to feel like I'm in the real world. This is a fancy game. I don't want to be like, oh, I walked down the glade and there's grass and it's the hills and woohoo. I could go outside and see that. I don't care.
Are we at the foot of an unreasonably tall waterfall?
I mean, I'm fine if the river literally floats through the air, like it doesn't even touch the ground. I don't like.
Well, so it's like we don't know the source of the water. It might as well be the heavens itself.
What if we live in the middle of a gigantic forest that you don't know where the ends are, and you have to live in tree houses? Like the whole city state's in the trees because you can't go down onto the ground except under certain circumstances.
Is the ground beneath the clouds?
I don't know. I'm just saying the ground, like, if you've got to travel, you got to plan this shit, right? Like, you can get onto the ground,
right?
But it's an
but
ordeal.
it's hard. What was that? I'm thinking about it was a kids show, not total kids, like teenager show. My son watched it on Netflix. They had a big shadow they had to cross in the middle between two city states. That's what I was kind of thinking.
Is the ground prohibitively far away, or is it just particularly dangerous?
It was dangerous. You can go down there. Like that was my thoughts. Like, sure, you can go on the ground, but the Wookalars are all going to eat you.
like the Wookiee home planet.
Yeah, we live in Kashyyyk, except the ground is lava. Yeah,
the ground quakes.
That was the becoming a man to actually spend a night on the ground for Wookiees.
What is type at to insert? Who put that?
Yeah, there you go. Something like that. We're Wookiees. That's fine.
No furry races.
That's right. Disgusting furries.
So, like, it would certainly make traveling to short distances to larger cultural differences way easier.
This is gonna be this is a secluded place because of it's where it is.
And there's a waterfall in the middle of town that you can access 360 degrees.
Is there a big waterfall in the middle of it?
Yeah, that you can access from all sides. It's like
it's this endless stream of water.
Everybody gets trophy.
Now this is the good stuff right here.
Here we go. All right, up in the trees, ground is dangerous, big waterfall in the middle. They built the center of town is around this waterfall, right? That's the idea.
Right.
It's like where else are we going to get water from? We live in the trees.
Yeah, we can't go down to the ground. So we've got to get water from somewhere.
Yeah. All right. I think it says add a couple more details. This doesn't need to be more than a few minutes. Is that enough to start? I think that's enough.
Yeah, like the next question is how do they do agriculture?
We'll figure that out. All right. Each player is dealt cards from the face-up stack deck in the center until no cards are left. Then, going in this same circle, a player sets down a card at a time, answering the question associated with that card, detailed below. They may read upon the questions first, or pick between their cards at random. Keep going until the world feels established or each player is out of cards, whichever happens first. Try to keep the discussion under 25 minutes. Keep your answers to each question very short. You may wish to take brief notes to jog your memory later. The 3 times I've played this game, I have played where the hand has been dealt once, and I have played where people have just drawn, and I have enjoyed the 2 times where we just drew. I am open to either way. I don't care. Do you want to see your cards before you play them, or do we just want to draw one at a time?
It'd be nice to have a little bit of time to think as one person's going.
Yeah.
I know that I personally, and
Yeah, that's fine.
would like a little bit of leeway to.
Yeah. Is anybody
not get put on
opposed
the
to
spot.
that?
No, that's
Nope.
fine.
All right. Hearing none, I'm going to deal each of us. What? There's 12 of these, 4 suits, 3 faces, so everybody needs 3 cards. 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's 5 of us. Wait. I'm actually playing this game.
Yeah, you are here.
So 2.
You exist.
Can you guys draw from the deck?
If it's the same as it was before, we can.
Yep.
So, like, if I click once, do I draw a card? Oh, well, I've got that one. Oh, yeah, if
There
you
you
click
go.
and drag it to your hand, it'll go to your hand. So everybody draw 2 to start, and then we'll just, if anybody wants extras, we'll figure that out afterwards.
What about the card that's face up now?
Do you see one that's face up?
Yes.
What is the king
So do
of
I.
the king of
Yes.
King of
diamonds?
diamonds.
Yes.
That's in my hand right now, so I don't think that matters.
Okay.
I drew 2 cards, but I don't know where my hand. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it should be above your name.
I have
Yeah,
two.
you've got 41.
I'll draw another one. Yeah, because
Yeah, he's
I have
got
the
2.
rest of the deck for now.
Got it.
So Mix
How
needs
do
to
you
draw.
drag it?
Two.
Were these shuffled?
Yes, they were shuffled.
How do you
Okay.
drag it to your hand?
I already gave you 2
You just drag it over to your.
to your
Okay.
name. Yep. So everybody's got 2. So there should be what? How many left? I can't count. That's 10.
I'm-
So there's gonna be
Something.
There's 2
How many
more.
are there supposed to be?
There's
I
12.
tried dragging one.
Okay.
I tried dragging one to myself, and halfway through it got like frozen right here. Can you guys see that?
No, I
Where?
see you have 2 cards in your
Nope.
hand.
Same.
Okay.
That's what I
Maybe
see.
it's just a visual issue then, because like right above Marshall's icon, there's a frozen card there.
Roll 20
Weird.
having visual issues? No way.
Never.
Never.
I've got a
Perfect.
joker. Does that matter?
Yes. Delete that
Wait.
joker and
I thought you deleted those.
I did delete the jokers. I don't understand how they're here.
Oh, I've got one too.
If you drew a joker, delete it and grab something else.
Perfect. It's perfect in every way.
If you just click and
How do
drag
I
it out
delete
onto click and drag it out onto the map.
Oh.
And then draw another one. And then whoever wants 2 of us need to draw 1 more card each.
Okay, I drew up to 2 cards now.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to take another one cuz I'm your GM. And I'll go first. So somebody else grab another one.
The person who plays it has to answer the question.
You will answer the question.
So more power over the world is what you're saying.
Yeah, your cards are your things. We can
Sure, I'll
talk
take
about
one.
it, but ultimately, like, you're answering that question.
I'll be the sacrifice.
Okay. So are there more cards?
Then wait, we're bidding against each other to describe something? To win
No.
the right to describe something?
No,
it's just that whatever you play, you answer the question to.
Does somebody else have a King of Hearts in their deck? It doesn't matter who has what. Does somebody have
I
the
do
King of
not.
Hearts?
I do not.
I've got the King of Spades.
Why is there... All right, Mix, you get
Got the
another
Queen
one.
of Hearts?
You get another
tell
one,
me,
Mix.
Andrew. You tell me.
Why is this here?
Why is your perfect deck of cards so
I
strange?
can't get another one.
There you go. I gave you one.
This is terribly complicated way to play cards.
still shows he
online.
has 2.
I just gave it to him.
Oh, now he has 3. Whoa, what in the world?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This game sucks.
If only there was another way to...
If there was only a way to do this...
Someone should invent
those are
physical
cute.
cards.
I am literally grabbing a deck of physical cards right now. And I'm just gonna when it comes time to draw the numbers, I'm just drawing numbers.
Deck of cards.
Okay.
Online.
God
Multiplayer. Create
I mean, they have
multiplayer
them in
game.
tabletop.
Yeah, seriously. But at that end, we might as well just frickin'
Right. Load into
load into
3D environment.
Yeah.
To draw cards.
Alright, so if you go to page 11, it'll have all of the cards associated with your stuff. And each of us will be answering these questions. Based on what your cards are.
Too many things open. Page 11, you said?
It's page
Got it,
18 in the PDF, it's page 11 in the book.
That TV show was called Shadow and Bone.
Shadow and
Yep.
Bone.
I watched
Heard
part
of
of that.
I watch it with kids. Yeah, like if they go into the shadow area, they get attacked by all this stuff. I mean, you get through it, but it wasn't easy.
That's just life.
Oh, interesting. I don't know if I want to go first with the ones I drew.
Oh. Oh, I guess I should be looking at it.
These are all I don't want to use the word powerful, but all of these are very powerful cards. Every card is, but I feel like mine are like ugh.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh, goodness.
No, I mean,
No, I meant I tried copying them out of the PDF to put them on
Yeah,
a notepad.
it is
Turned
not.
into
Yeah,
nonsense.
it is not formatted in such a way that you can do that easily.
Hmm.
Does anybody have one that they? I guess between it doesn't matter who goes first, but three of us have three cards and two of us have two.
Right.
Is there somebody who really is feeling inspired about one of their cards and wants to go first? I can tell you, I do not want to go first based on my cards. I was going to, but I don't think I want to anymore.
Hmm.
If not, we will rely on the dice again.
Okay.
Well, well, well. Give me a moment, and I might want to go first.
Okay. Take your time. I need to go grab something to drink while we think. All right, Dean, are you feeling inspired?
I'm still workshopping it.
That's kind of where I'm at too.
well,
Yeah. So
I can
got
go.
three cards,
I
so
can
I
go.
want to go first. If
I
you
can go
don't-
too.
All right, Mix and
I-
Marshall, fight over it.
No, Marshall can go. I just
Okay.
he's gonna run out of
My
cards real quick.
stuff's easy. I already
Oh.
answered half of it.
Nice.
So, unfortunately.
I mean, you could choose to do a different aspect of it then.
Well, I want to get an idea on the second piece. So the Jack of Spades is like, what are the threats to this place? Well, those are obvious. Like, you're not going on the ground because of the displacer beasts or whatever Andrew decides is down there.
Well, no,
and the
it
floor
sounds
is made
like
of lava.
it sounds like you're going to determine that right now.
Oh.
Well, these are winged. I'll send you a picture of what I think they are. You can't see very far. That's number one, because you're underneath the trees, right?
They're all colors out of
It's
space.
Oh no.
black down there.
Yeah. Pitch
Right.
black.
So, yeah. And the creatures that live in the dark.
Is
That's
it
number one? But I mean, in the immediate vicinity is. Go ahead.
is it the things from the what's the movie? The not Xander, what's his name? Chronicles of Riddick?
black.
Yeah,
Pitch
Pitch
Black.
Black. Yeah.
Pitch black. Yeah.
No, but we could put those in there.
That's just where my mind went. I'm sorry, I let you finish. I was being rude.
The Langoliers.
No, I was going to say the stuff immediately around the town, like on the ground during the day and all that type of stuff. You're not going to let your kids go down there because it'll be covered in smaller predatory beasts, right? So there is a bit of daylight. Obviously, you can't, it's not total blackness at the bottom of the forest, but it is dark. So there's your normal, don't go down there jungle stuff. But when it gets dark, all bets are off.
Hmm.
You see what I mean? So travel during the daylight is, I would want to equate it to like the depths of the Amazon. You're not going to do it lightly.
Yeah, there's big cats, there's bears.
There's malaria, there's whatever.
Yeah.
Like, that's the point. It's very difficult to get around. And doing it after dark, good luck. You're going to die. If you stay on the ground, you're going to die. If, the big Wookiee spiders aren't going to get you, the displacer beasts are going to get you, and, whatever else inhabits this jungle is going to get you. Or, yeah.
Sweet.
So you have to, if you're going to move and you're going to be more than one day out, you've got to move up into the trees.
Yeah.
And so all that gear's got to come with you.
Yeah.
whatever that looks like.
Yeah, so play
Plus
that.
food and everything else. You got to remember, then we're talking, if we want to put it in the deep jungle, like what I was thinking, there's not a lot of food,
No.
despite what people say. There's a lot of water, but not actual food,
Hmm.
sustainable food.
Yeah, so play that to the middle, just to get it out of your hand, and then Mix. It sounded like, unless you're really ready, Dean, we'll have Mix go next.
Are we doing both cards or just one at a time?
I guess if you want to play out your hand, I like the idea of going around because it might inspire ideas,
Okay.
different
I agree.
ideas for your other cards.
Okay.
Mix, what do you got?
Let's see. I've got the Jack of Hearts, King of Hearts, and
Well,
Oh,
choose
just
whatever one you
just
want to
one,
play.
just one,
Yeah,
just
okay.
whatever one you want to play now. Answer that question. Play it to the middle and answer that question.
Okay, we'll go with Jack of Hearts. Who lives here? What does an average person look like in this place? What do they look like?
I also have a
Oh,
Jack of Hearts in my
what is
hand.
what is an average person like in this place? What do they look like and what do they wear? So I would think that most of the people that live here are light. Most of there's light as in weight. There's I don't
They're
see any
live.
dwarves.
Yeah, they're
They're
live.
Mm.
Keeping away from the slithy toves. It also says or describe flora and fauna. What is the landscape like? What animals and plants call it home? Right, it's a either or thing.
If you've got something particularly inspired, I mean, I'm not going to say you can't.
I'm going to say there's fish in the waterfall,
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Yes, yes.
and like the
Just fish, or like
Maybe he's using
aquatic
fish
life.
colloquially.
yeah, like people actually fish the waterfall.
Okay. Sometimes
Wow.
you get what you don't want.
Yeah. But that helps sustain the people. Yeah, I think most of the clothing is woven from like the inner bark from the trees. You know, they've actually made it into thread. And so there's not really a lot of stuff to do dyes. So everybody's pretty well in browns, different tones of browns and beiges for the most part. I don't know. Maybe the trees do have something that let them do dyes.
I mean, like, if this is jungly, like, it sounded like Marshall was making this more jungly. There could be plenty of, like, flowering vines and, like, I mean, think about it. That's how orchids grow naturally, is, like, attached to trees.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's a precious resource, although that's a different question. We're not going to talk about that right now because I know that's another card. Precious
Right.
resources.
So I think this is probably most of the people are actually going to look more tribal than the average place.
Is it like
Maybe.
fewer clothes, less
Yeah,
manicured? Do you mean?
Yeah, well, not even necessarily less manicured, but their clothing is going to be rougher. There's probably going to be less of it if we're living in a subtropical
Yeah.
forest. But
Wouldn't be abnormal to see the Tarzan with a loincloth kind of thing.
mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm fine with there being sexy forest people.
They're all Chads.
Yeah, they're all of them. They're just all Chads.
And
So
I think to get into a little bit more of the flora, I think that the whole place is cultivated in flowering vines and different fruit producing vines. You know, like muscadines.
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. Of course, they're giant since the trees are giant.
Yeah.
So-
Wait, is everybody on the same page? These are like bigger than sequoia in thickness. Like these are
Oh yeah,
gigantic
these things
trees.
are
Okay.
huge.
Yeah, like 30, 40-foot diameter trees.
It's supporting a
Yeah.
whole civilization.
Yeah.
It's got to be
Yeah.
heft.
Yeah.
All right, so that's my card. Just drag it to the middle.
Yep. The second
Okay.
Jack of Hearts, because I also had a Jack of Hearts in my hand. Does anybody else have a King of Diamonds or Queen of Clubs?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, thank God. Two of my cards are are normal then.
But I guess just look for which one we were missing and
Yeah, we'll figure out whatever is
that be the
missing.
last one.
Yeah.
I've got King of Spades left. That's it.
All right. So Dean, I guess
I
you're
got
the only
two
other
left.
one with 3 right now.
You're the only one. Yep. So I guess I will. I'll start with. Where are we? This boy here. Since we're all playing jacks.
Keep it going.
Yeah. Jack of Diamonds, aka what is this place named or called? Who named it and for what reason?
Powerful.
Oh.
Powerful.
Straight up. The first word is open to, open to workshopping. I just picked something. Vesryn's Grace. It was named after or named by who knows? No one really knows. There's plenty of rumors about it, obviously. But it is mostly assumed that it was named after the person who brought people here during the cataclysm, as it is a refuge. It was a refuge during that time. And so it's sort of assumed that Vesryn was the leader of the people at the time who brought a civilization up into the trees to escape whatever happened.
Mm-hmm. Is that Vezran?
Vesryn.
R-Y-N. Vesryn. Named
Which,
by who
spoiler,
knows?
Andrew, that's an elven name.
Ooh.
Just for your little special, there's those special people that show up sometimes.
I see that that's a region in Pokemon,
Oh, is it?
apparently.
Vesryn?
Vesryn region is which?
Is that
these
a
two
new one?
games? Zeta Omicron? It might be a hack. I've never heard of this
Yeah.
before in my life. That's funny.
Yeah, that's a hack.
That is definitely a hack.
It's also apparently a character in World of Warcraft.
Yep, I saw that. Vesryn's Grace. Good name, good name. Love that naming
Thank you.
style, too.
Thank you.
All right. Mason, you feeling inspired? Or do you want me to go?
Queen of Spades.
There it is, baby. I love the
Boom.
Queen of Spades. That's one of my favorite cards in this deck.
Yeah, I was happy when I got it. What was the greatest tragedy in this place's past? How is it remembered? I want to say that, like, whatever cataclysmic event or collapse after that, the previous empire, I'd like to say that there was intense local flooding in this area that led to the trees and everything sort of moving upwards. And that now there is no floodwaters, but for a long, long period of time, the area sort of adapted to.
It was like bogged, basically. Like,
Yeah.
was it like torrential?
Maybe. I mean, I thought of a few different scenarios. Maybe, like the Empire had some dams that were no longer functional nearby, or maybe whatever cataclysm happened led to I don't know, whatever. We've left the end of the Empire a little bit nebulous, so, or that civilization, whatever it was.
I'm gonna put a pause on this, and thoughts on an idea?
Mm-hmm.
The waterfall flows upwards, and the water is still underground in an aquifer.
Oh.
The flooding,
Yeah.
the waterfall started at some point after the flooding,
Yeah.
and the water is being drawn into the heavens.
Okay.
Like a permanent geyser somehow.
Yeah. Do we like that or do we not? We don't. We do not
And-
have to keep that.
I think it's cool because we might accidentally get a ground crater every now and again wash out.
Just get whoosh, get pulled up into the.
And yeah,
So that plays right into what Dean was saying. Sometimes you catch fish, other
Right.
times. you
Sometimes
catch fish.
things catch you.
Sometimes
but like
dead is
the
better.
water is obviously in constant, like intense motion. So whatever
Yeah.
fish have adapted to live in that are much different.
Yeah. I also wasn't imagining this to be like a raging water. For some reason, to me, it was like a stream more
A
than
calm
like.
stream. I also was
Yeah.
thinking that.
Like
Yeah,
I don't know
okay,
why I thought that, but even though
Like
I
you
used
can
the word
walk
waterfall.
past it and you'll just see some fish
Yeah,
swimming
they're just like
casually
swimming in
up
it.
through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful place.
Yeah. It is truly angelic. Constantly flowing up slowly, started at some point after the flooding.
Well, then, can I really quick?
Oh yeah, amend anything.
Boom, Queen of Hearts. I know nobody else went twice in a row, but this leads right into this one.
That's fine.
Um,
Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts.
Oh yeah.
Who or what, if a person, landmark, or society has been in this place for the longest, how did they come to be here? The upside down waterfall is essentially drawn any treetop life to this now civilized area.
So the
So there was no
waterfall.
reason for people to be here before that moment. What?
So the waterfall has been here the longest.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, technically, like, the forest was here, it got flooded, and then once the floodwaters receded, it created the waterfall. But when it comes to, like, a single landmark, I think the waterfall, probably, because it
But
has
it's
been
flowing
here.
up, right?
Yes.
Yes, water rise.
Yep.
Part of maybe this is, and Dean, I'll look to you for consent on this as a modification. Then, this part of this Vesryn's Graysmith is Vesryn, if it was a real person, saw this column of water as a beacon and said that will be our haven of safety.
I got
Yeah,
something to say
I like
about
that.
this with my next card too.
Yeah, if there's something that you guys just want to jump on, yeah.
I like that as part of the main rumor, because I want it to be that no one actually knows who Vesryn was. You know, maybe
Cool.
there are some super ancient elves somewhere that have heard of Vesryn, but
Yeah.
I think the people of the
But even
settlement
then,
are like,
yeah,
it's just, yeah, it was definitely the leader of the dude who definitely saw this pillar of water
yeah,
and brought us up here.
completely convinced. Yeah. What do you got, Marshall?
Okay, so this is the King of Spades. Now, if it says if there are multiple people who live here, what are they divided on, and what are the points of contention that are fought over? Now I'm going to use the people in the broad sense, I guess, is what they're talking about. But yeah, there are multiple stratas of people here. They're divided physically and caste, so to speak, up and down the tree. The higher up the tree you live, the more important you are.
The more
Lower
support you
down
get.
the tree you live,
Yeah,
you know,
you're
not
further
as-
from the monsters
Yeah.
if you're higher up.
That's right.
Mhm.
You're not just the monsters, but you're also you're closer to the firstborn. So the reason you can't go down there is because that civilization actually was on the ground, the great civilization, but nobody knows why the ground's cursed.
Mhm.
Right? The civilization fell, ground's cursed. Nobody knows where the hell it went. You are the descendants of these people, but the people at the top of the trees are like they descend directly from this civilization, right? We're the straight line descendants of blah, 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 right?
Definitely does.
And the waterfall running up, the rumor is, or the most learned of these people and their sayings or whatever, is that this is the siphon that flushes the evil magic out of the ground. I mean, at least enough to where you can set foot on it. So if this thing quits running, you're going to get engulfed, and you're going to suffer the fate of what consumed the previous civilization.
I have an interesting thought about living further up the tree, That means if people pee into the upward flowing river and the bottom,
Yeah,
the rich people are
Strictly
drinking
forbidden.
it.
yeah.
That would be like a capital punishment, I would think.
So there's people
Defacing that-
always watching the
If
different
caught
tiers
peeing
of
into
the...
if you're
Well,
caught,
even
punishable by death.
defacing that thing, if those people think that this is the only thing keeping them from oblivion,
Mhm.
you'd do anything you could to protect it.
Yeah,
It also could be a thing where it's just so large that
And,
like
you
being
know,
in the ocean.
another rumor could say that, you know, Vesryn built it. Like he was the one that actually built it
Ah,
to siphon the evil magic up and at least provide this safe haven for these people to live in.
or to
Maybe
say
he was
floodwaters.
the high priest of the old civilization or something. I don't know.
Of some great and powerful god or whatever.
Yeah, or high sorcerer
Mm-hmm.
of this ancient civilization that had huge amounts of sorcery. Why? And that's why all the artifacts are laying around.
Sweet.
All that from stratification.
well, and maybe as another like alternate explanation for the stream or the waterfall thing, maybe it's some technology that was related to the dam that broke
Oh,
from the ancient from the ancient civilization. And it's just automatically sort of doing what it needs to, and nobody can really understand why or how.
well, and like if you go down there, right? What are you gonna do? Swim into a bottomless pit of water,
Right, right,
and then at night get devoured by whatever lives down there?
right. Like
It's
the
all
water when it
BS
fully
and
receded.
a system of control.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody
knows?
actually knows why the water is doing it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't go down there and look at
That-
it, you can't
that'll
get down to
come-
the ground.
Their ideas will come from my next card that I play.
I had
have
one
one
that kind of jumped
semi-related
in
as
that
well.
too. Yeah. Because I've got the king of. I'm gonna play the king of diamonds now while we're talking about it. Who or what is in power here? Is it a ruler, an apex predator, a series of laws that govern society, or the weather? The highest caste are intrinsically able to cast magic, or the ones that can cast magic are elevated as like the chosen ones.
Is it, or is it a mix of both? Like, is it hereditary? And is that how, society got calcified like that? I mean, that would definitely lead to, you're not moving out of your caste if stuff is hereditary.
And if they're born without it, do they try to hide it?
I almost like the
if
idea
you're
that
in
they're
the
so
top caste.
passionate about it that like if you're the whatever it's called, what are the wizard kids that don't have it in Harry Potter, even though screw J.K. Rowling, whatever.
Muggles?
No, Muggles
Squib.
are the squibs.
Ah,
Descendants of two wizards but can't use magic.
gotcha.
Like if you shun your offspring. If your offspring can't cast magic, they are cast down.
Heck
They
yeah,
gotta go
dude.
work for Dumbledore.
Yeah.
I'd like to think there's
Be born better.
There's like one or two charlatans up there that are using sleight of hand trying to get by.
Yeah, I'm
That would
sure
be
there are.
real
There
hard.
probably are some like fake it till you make it people.
What if one of them's got an inherited boomstick and it's the only gun they've ever seen?
Oh no.
But it comes from the ancient civilization. Or maybe it's even Vesryn's gun and he doesn't
But
know it.
doesn't even have to be a gun. It can be a ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
They can
could
A
make
be.
Zippo.
fire.
Yeah.
That's right.
You know?
Dude's got a
Zippo.
Zippo. Yeah.
I can do magic. I can make fire.
That's right.
Only a little bit, and it uses kerosene. All right, easy
And
one.
it breaks
Oh, good.
constantly.
Oh, you could go crazy with that notion. Like ancient technology laying around, they don't know actually what it does, and just kind of goofing around with it.
Yeah.
It's just a microwave, but our characters are like, what does this box do?
The magic box.
This
Very
box is made to explode rabbits. Watch.
Zzz.
Bang.
Yeah. All right. Somebody had another one? Was it Mix or was it?
Yeah, I had the King of Hearts. What stories are told in or about this place? Does it have legends or myths? Does it have a religion? Um, there's a legend of Brannon the Great. Uh, at one point, the water stopped flowing, and a tree root had grown into the cavity where the water comes from. And Brannon the Great, in between fighting off demons, cut this house-sized root out of the hole.
What a guy.
Yeah, it's a myth.
Sounds real to me.
Yeah.
And another one is
You
that
said the root was protected by demons?
well, the predators on the ground, between fighting
Right.
off the predators, he managed
But
to
the legend says demons, right?
Yeah.
the legend says demons.
Okay. So full on demons down there,
Mm,
according to legend.
So demons are
Nice.
known as a part of our part
That's
of
right.
the society.
Disrespect your mother and I'll toss you off the tree, buddy.
To the demons. Yeah.
Get eaten by
Yeah,
demons.
demons that eat you.
Wow.
That'd keep you in line.
Meanwhile, there's just like wolves down there.
That's awful.
the next legend is that the water that goes up is used by cloud giants in the clouds and taken to the other side of the world where it is poured back into the hole. And there is actually a sect that worship these giants because they fill the water with fish before they dump it back into the hole to send it back. So these giant, they're celestials, titans, whatever you want to call them, are the providers for the town's sustenance, providing both water and fish.
They carry these gigantic jugs to collect the water in.
Yeah.
Mm,
Why are you talking about their women that way?
I almost like the idea that that's like part of their mythos for like a thunderhead. Like in a storm system, how the way that cumulonimbus clouds form before a thunderstorm.
mhm.
That like shape, it's them gathering up the jugs to carry away, and then the rain pours.
You can hear them dragging them across the top of the clouds.
Yeah, yes, that's the thunder, rolling thunder is them dragging the. Yeah,
And
exactly.
the lightning is like cracks appearing and disappearing in the sky. They live in this place of extreme brightness.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the sun's up there, right? So.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's dark here, so
Yeah,
when
obviously.
we see lightning, we actually see cracks in the clouds. So there's probably a whole sect of people that are studying lightning.
They're
To
carrying
become
such
like
heavy
the
jugs.
providers. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
they're
almost
actually
breaking the floor.
when we're blinding, putting our hand over our eyes when the lightning flashes. They've got telescopes trying to see into the next world.
All of the most practiced of this profession are like going blind.
Yeah.
They're all going blind.
And they consider it a blessing.
Right. They're reaching enlightenment that way.
So that was a story, a legend, and a religion. So
Yeah.
Nice.
I like them.
Yeah.
Shall I?
Yeah.
Well, let's keep it in order. I had the Jack of Diamonds. How about also the Queen of Diamonds?
Mm.
bit of a queen.
Rip. Queen of Diamonds is I didn't have a king. What is valued in this place? What is it known to have in excess? Well, see, should be pretty obvious.
Yeah, and
I was really
pick something. If it don't just say the obvious thing, like maybe pick something that might be different too.
Oh, I've got a great one for the second question. I was trying
Excellent.
to ponder something for what is valued above the obvious, which is like minerals and ores. I think that there are definitely the occasional stuff will get mixed into this stream, and you will have like shiny things that will show up sometimes. And the occasional ones that come through wind up getting funneled to the top of the civilization. So you have jewelry is very rare, right? Like if you got a ring with like
Processed ore,
a cool, sapphire or something, wow. highfalutin right there.
If the lower caste pull out a fish, that's okay. If they pull out a jewel, that's not yours. That goes upstairs.
Right, or maybe they've found a way to elevate themselves, right? Maybe there's even like people that constantly watch the stream.
Yeah, they're called like watchers or whatever.
Right.
Well, trying to win the lottery.
That are yeah. Yeah. And I think good.
I was gonna say that could tie into magical items being from this ancient race. Say you get a ring of invisibility that comes up, and one of these lower caste people gets it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they can turn invisible. They're magic. They get to move up in the caste.
Right.
Yeah, they're precious.
And I was thinking that there's definitely gonna be those people that will dive and swim against the current down into the aquifer or whatever to look for this sort of stuff. They're looking for minerals and trying to, they're like the pearl divers.
Yeah.
They're going down there and like picking at the walls or whatever, as long as they can hold their breath. And, maybe they were even commissioned or like paid by the upper class to get them some more fancy stuff so they can be even higher up. So obviously, your general Earth resources are looked upon well, with a high priority due to the fact that we live in trees.
Yeah, I mean, lots of wood stuff, lots of leather, but not any metal.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say that would put a premium on anything metal.
Exactly.
Right?
You have a metal sword or...
Exactly. A sword would be worth a kingdom in a place like that.
Mm-hmm.
So then for excess, obviously there is flora and fauna in spades, right? You've got these constantly well-preserved vine ecosystems of, we got to have these fruits. People have to be fishing the stream. There's plenty of food to go around because of the natural resources around us, right? This whole jungle is lush and full of... Maybe even some people are crazy in the lower rungs, and if they happen to gang up on one of these horrific beasts, they'll eat it because guess what? That's meat.
Bush meat.
Right, exactly. Like they take what they can get, even though there's abundance of everything. But how often do you get to eat one of those things?
Unless it climbs up here.
The thing that I was really interested in though is that I think there's an excess in like inventors. I think there are people that are constantly discovering new ways to traverse the trees, like using vine transportation or this weird like auto pulley system using the vines and the branches of the trees to get from one section to the other. There's constantly the settlement is looking for ways to expand because they have to do so in the tops of trees. It's not like settling on the ground where you just build another house or a hut, dig out the ground, all that. You have to find a way. Right, you have to find a way to expand the civilization horizontally and vertically in ways that's not going to just collapse and hundreds of people fall to the ground where they die.
Right.
So like
you
they're
build
architects
the city in trees.
Yeah.
And of course you get good at it.
They're brilliant engineers and architects.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it takes for them to survive as a people.
Yeah.
Like the Netherlands being below sea level.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. They lead the world in dam technology.
What more would we expect from the Dutch?
Brilliant engineers.
So Mix and Dean, you both have another card left?
Are we the last two?
I've got one too. I'm really struggling with this one.
I'm not doing great on my last one.
Yeah, me neither. I'll give
Lay it out.
We can,
card
we can also put it out and try to think of ideas.
Yeah,
mine is.
Dude.
Go ahead.
I've got the Queen of Clubs. What is the greatest moment in this place's history? An innovation, a discovery, a revolution, a new sapling, an emergence of a cycle of cicadas. A new sapling drew my mind.
The Vesryn's founding would be the most important history, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think the
Well, I mean,
name kind of took care of that though. Like what is something amazing that happened here?
How do you
like
feel
something in
about me?
recent memory,
I, I've
James,
got one if
or
you want to go old.
Okay.
Because I have the Jack of Clubs, which was what was this place in the past? How long ago was that? And my idea was that it was a quarry.
And that's why there's this basin below.
That's why there's this basin. That's the aquifer, I don't know how it happened, right? I don't know what it was, but it used to be a quarry, and then something happened, and now suddenly there is this stream to
Then
the heavens.
the ground can be extremely visually interesting then. I mean, all like cubed out in certain areas and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and like unusually flat despite it being covered by a jungle.
have we said what's above the canopy?
No.
Other than cloud giants.
Other than cloud giants apparently.
I mean,
Maybe I've
what if it's so bright up there above the canopy you can't even see? Like, and so nobody knows where this stream goes. Maybe.
Well, I think
Oh,
that's a
just
big
putting
aspect
it
is
out there.
nobody knows where it goes.
Right.
I like the idea. How about greatest moment in this place's history? These people have discovered how to create hot air balloons or like the air zeppelins.
So
Oh,
that way they could actually trade with other people.
Yeah, this is how they communicate with the rest of the world, and this was originally maybe a religious thing. Like they wanted to try to find out where it went.
Right. Up and out.
mhm. And maybe this is like the very infancy of the technology.
Yeah, like
right here.
they have invented air travel. That's not just magical flight.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
They have
Like you're
invented
talking
conventional flight.
recently enough, it hasn't impacted things like the scarcity of metal and blah, blah, these types of things.
Right, their stuff is
Or
made out of skins and wood, right? They can't transport ore.
Heavy ores.
Yeah. Maybe there's
Ingots.
some
Well,
sort of limitation to.
well, okay, so I guess a better way to ask that is how well developed is their contact with other civilizations because of this?
they're probably not doing heavy trade. It's probably more emissaries because, I mean, if you're doing a
Yeah.
non-magical balloon,
Hmm.
I mean, you think about it, a hot air balloon carries a basket. A
Mhm.
huge Zeppelin carries what, something the size of a commuter bus?
Yeah, a couple dozen people at most. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
this is not like a way to advance trade per se as communication.
Well, and
Right, but
also,
that also not just implies but demands that the people you're trading with are no more advanced than you are.
right. I would say
Period.
that it may be a good way to get around it. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying they would be like, we're not going to use this stupid balloon. We'll be over there, be back in a minute.
Well, the problem
maybe,
is that you can't go through the ground area.
Or
Yeah.
helicopter, whatever. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so that's.
Mm.
I mean, like, think about how late into human history we invented hot air balloons,
mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Like the
100
1800s.
years ago.
Yeah.
And so they're like super advanced engineers with wood pretty much, and so it makes sense that they would get something like this way ahead of the curve. Plus they've got more specific need for it being located where they are.
Right. No
With
one else is going,
the
hey,
hurdles
I
they
want to
have.
get to the
Yes.
sky.
Necessity is
Plus-
the mother of invention.
Right. Plus all of their weapons are wooden, so they have an inherent disadvantage against any other civilization. And so maybe they don't try to make contact and trade. They try to remain a little bit separate. And I mean, another thing is they may not have certain resources that are very useful, but they've got a surplus of other extremely valuable resources like food.
Yeah. The first manned flight was 1783,
Hmm.
and it lasted 10 minutes. Oh no, that was unmanned. He did it later
Wow.
tethered, and went to 85 feet, and that was as far as he went.
I mean, imagine if you created that. Would you want to go up in the
Yeah.
sky?
No, seriously. Like this is.
I was going to say, my wife won't go up 85 feet in the building right now.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a movie I watched on Prime. I think it was on Prime here a while back about the hot air balloon movie, the Aeronauts or something like that. It was a great movie.
I like the idea that these, right, like they probably do communicate with other people. Maybe this is relatively recent, and this is like championed as like, look at this new technology we have.
Right.
Think about what we can do with this, right? It's the possibilities are endless kind of thing. And like, what are the other city-states going to do when they're like, what is that? Like, what is this thing
Also-
floating in the air slowly hundreds of miles away that we can just barely make out?
I think it would be great if this was like if they made the whole balloon thing political, like the new EVs. You know,
The new way to travel.
yeah, you know, the different political parties are really pushing air travel. You know,
Forget
What's
your
the
this is
feet.
the future.
Yeah.
What's the alternative? Like if it
To
wasn't air travel, what would they do?
Well, the
Like,
traditional cable
Staying
cars
put.
on the vines and stuff.
Oh yeah.
yeah, I like the
Ah.
idea that there's like
Zip lines, cable cars.
what are they called? Not vernaculars. What are they called? Venticular? I don't remember. They move up and down the sides of mountains. They're basically cable cars.
Ski lifts.
Well, that's kind of what I'm
No,
imagining. There's
he
got to
means-
be a bunch
yeah.
of ski lift style things, right?
Right.
There's like zip lines between trees.
Yep.
But anyway. What was the Jack
Are
was
you
the
talking about funicular?
Yeah, that's the French term. Is it funicular?
I don't know the English term. It's called funicular. It's
Yes. Of a railroad,
in
especially
Quebec,
one on a
in old
mountainside,
Quebec.
operating by cable with ascending and descending counts counterbalanced. Yeah, it's funicular is the
I don't know that. The only reason I know the French one so well is because there's a very famous one about 3 hours from here in Quebec City.
Yeah, their funicular railways are like anywhere there are mountains, there are funiculars nowadays.
Funicular.
From the Latin word funiculus, meaning
Funicular.
rope.
Funicular.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. That's English.
And then the Jack was the what was it? What was this place in the past? The ground was a
Yes.
quarry.
Yes.
And maybe that's part of the reason that metal is so scarce, is it was already stripped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the one in Quebec.
At least anything near the surface, you'd have
Yeah.
to go pretty. You'd have to get below the aquifer.
Yeah.
Just kind of a side note with the whole thing about the predators in the darkness. This place is probably extremely well lit. At
Yeah.
night.
Torches everywhere, like lanterns everywhere
Hmm.
to prevent
The city,
things from
yeah.
climbing up the trees. Yeah.
Hmm.
When the lights go out, like it'd be this horrible disaster if the lights ever started to go out. Some of the
Maybe-
smartest creatures probably know to put the lights out.
Hmm. Maybe there's even a bioluminescent.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What if the-
Yes.
The fantasy version of the lightning bug lantern.
Yeah.
We've got a place not far from here that has they call them dismalites. It's dismal canyons. These creatures only exist in like a couple of places in the world. They're actually bioluminescent worms.
Ooh.
So it's a big deal. Kind of go see the dismalites at one time in your life. They take field trips there and stuff.
That's in Alabama?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I never heard of that.
I think it'd be cool, you know, if the inhabitants here cultivated something like that.
Yeah.
You know, these bioluminescent insects, millipedes, whatever
Yeah.
they are, you know, and incorporate them.
Yeah.
You know, they got to feed their bugs to keep the lights on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, like think about like the Silk Road, right? The whole cultivation of silkworms in East
Mhm.
Asia. Right? They're bugs. The bugs ran the economy.
And since they don't have any glass, I could see these being paper lanterns.
Yeah.
So,
I'm definitely picturing a lot of paper. Right, that's the whole idea with the hot air balloons, right? The first balloons were Chinese military flares that
Mhm.
were paper lanterns, heated by candles. All right,
Yep.
Mix, King of Clubs.
King of clubs. All right. If there are inhabitants, what are the visions for the future that they hold? Is it a long view or a short one? I think there's both. I think there's traditionalists that want to just keep things as they are. I mean, we've got everything we need. Why spend resources toward get anything else? Very, very short sighted. And then there's the guys that invented the hot air balloons that want to explore and find out what's going on in the rest of the world and expand. I know that's, maybe not very spectacular, but that's probably the practical things that are going to happen.
Well, does no one, I guess to add to that, and what do we think about how come no one has tried to conquer the ground? Right? It's obviously this threat, they're obviously very threatening.
Mm-hmm.
What has prevented these people from conquering that?
Well, this is one thing that I actually love about Pathfinder that I don't necessarily care for in D&D. Very few races have dark vision in Pathfinder.
Hmm.
Most of them can get it in some fashion or another, but
But
since
and those are
we've taken out
heroes.
some of, yeah, we've taken out some of the alternate heritages that would give you that feat. Dark vision is actually pretty rare. So those that actually have dark vision that have actually tried to go down and fight the monsters are considered revered heroes.
Hmm.
Because once you get down there into the blackness, you can't conquer what you can't see.
Yeah, maybe there's even been a forward settlement attempted, and for
Mhm.
some reason, in the darkness,
Giant
it's
snakes
just
ate them.
unreasonable.
It's too difficult.
Well, I
Right.
mean, you think if the lights go out here at night, that's horrible, but the dawn's coming. If the lights go out, you have to keep the place lit constantly below. If the lights
What
ever
if
go out, you're meat.
Yeah.
what if that's down there, like in the thousands?
Hmm.
It's gonna make adventuring very interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, if it only can come out at night, like it's a vampire
Yeah.
type story, right?
Well, at the same time, right? This is one of the city states.
Hmm.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying we have to play this game 6, 7, 8 times, but I do intend to play it more than once.
Yeah.
We are creating one of the facets that will be a faction that is important to us, kind of things.
And then I think it would be cool if, if we're not all from the same general region, it would be cool if different characters were from different places that we
Yeah.
created in this game.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. So that was set up.
Or what if it's actually dwarves on the ground and everybody just thinks it's
Everybody
demons?
thinks it's monsters. Yeah. There's just these
Same thing, really.
ravenous dwarves.
It's
Yeah.
just
Oh,
xenophobic
that would be
dwarves that don't
cool,
want
dude. If the
anything
dwarves
to
are all
do with
cannibals and they all come out at night, to kill everybody.
They're oh my gosh! It's what were they called? They're Darrow.
The Darrow, yeah.
It's a bunch of Darrow.
I was kind of thinking of the halflings, Dark Souls. But
The Dwagar.
no, the halflings and Dark Souls, they're cannibals. They're just crazy,
Oh, in
got
Dark Sun.
pointed teeth. You're gonna eat you alive if they find you. They're nuts. But what if the dwarves are all like that? They're all running around and they don't like light. That's why they only come out at night. They can't kill them, but they just don't like it.
Yeah. Love it. All right, we got a little bit of time left, so we'll kick off this to get a feel for what the rest of it's like. So during the 4
Flip
cycles of
side.
gameplay, the players will draw cards from the numerical pile. Each card is associated with a set of questions that are answered in order. So, like, we'll draw the first ace has a question, and then the second ace is a different question in the same list. They're all usually a little related. Like it says, the first ace is, what are the plants like in this place? The rocks, the soil. The second time an ace is drawn, it's time to plant the seedlings. What are they, and where are they planted? What is the harvest that's hoped for? And so forth. Read the question out loud, narrate your answer to the group, then discard the card. Optionally making note of which card it was, whatever. Okay. The group may
I
ask
think in
follow-up or clarifying
conversation,
questions, but may not contradict what expressly was said. What
I
was that?
think in conversation, we're probably going to find we've answered a lot of these.
Yeah, and well, remember, we're going to be moving forward, and we just set up
Oh,
what this
sure.
place is like. Now we're going to be playing in a time frame.
Gotcha.
And then the player can also discard the card before addressing the question and enter a focused situation instead, choosing to tell a story, throw a party, discover something, see an omen, leave the frame, or move on, skipping your turn. These focus situations allow us to skip certain questions instead of spending more time on a single moment. Choosing to enter a focus situation becomes the nth instance of that card. You may enter the same focused situation multiple times. If the card is a 10, the cycle ends, moving us forward in time. In the following section, after every cycle, for more to okay, whatever, there's gaps. When you draw a 10 of any suit, time will advance. Either you get to choose whether we go forward or backwards, based on you'll roll a dice and it'll be that many decades. You'll talk about one thing that happened, whatever, and then you'll go back into everything else. You'll answer this set of questions. Does everybody still live here? What does the place physically look like now? Is it still use the same name? So things could drastically change as time goes on. And then when the fourth 10 is drawn, the game is over, no matter how many cards are left in the pile.
So 4 10s means no questions.
That's right. I think all of the 10s, did the 10s have a question? I don't remember, but we can talk about the focused situations if you get a question that you don't really want to answer. Some of these are fun, like the leave the frame. It's just for a second, the window widens and we can see a little bit more of our world. You may ask, what is the mountain like to the north of our house? Are there massive armies at the sea? What type of dogs do the neighbors have? Or anything else you want to know. And then you ask that one question, everybody talks about it, and then you go back. All right, so who wants to draw the first card?
I'll go.
All right. I'm just gonna draw from this deck because I'm tired of dealing with this thing. I've shuffled about 8,000 times since we've been sitting here.
Ten?
I drew a 10. I'm choosing to
Hey.
mix it back in
Unpog.
because it doesn't make any sense to start with a 10. It does not. It does not make sense unless I draw another one. All right.
He still gets a question.
2 of clubs. So clubs doesn't matter. The first 2. Name a monument, marker, statue, or other physicalized memory that exists in our place. What does it mark?
I think there's a statue of Brennan the Great holding an axe, and it marks the belief of, well, it represents the persistence, against hardship, the keeping on, keeping going.
Maybe it's made out of the stone from the quarry.
I'd like to think that it's actually carved from wood, because
Oh,
that's what they would have up here in abundance to make statues out of.
Yeah.
And,
And we can focus as long or as short as we want to talk about something.
I don't know anything else to really add to that.
Yeah. I'm just going to follow the order that I see in roll 20, so Mason, you're going to be next. A 6. What is the most horrible thing in or about our place? Wow, 2 cards, huh?
um,
And remember, we can skip if there's something that you really don't want to do.
no. The most horrible thing is the predators that literally keep us from using the land.
Got
Um,
Easy.
should I get more specific about the predators? Maybe as a
Yeah, I think if we're gonna say that, maybe talk about one of them or one aspect of them.
Mhm.
Like, is there like a death cult that loves them or something?
They like the dark.
Yeah.
Well, I think definitely they would probably be mostly
There's
non.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
yeah.
There's a terrorist cell going out, blowing out candles.
Yeah. The cult of the snuffers.
Yeah, the snuffers. That's great.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. That could be our first mission. We gotta infiltrate them.
Take out the snuffers.
That's right.
That's amazing.
I'm adding cult of the snuffers to the notes document.
That's right.
This is fantastic.
But maybe I bet you a lot of the predators use things other than their eyes for their primary for their hunting. So maybe like gigantic anaconda and like a huge snake would be a predator, or bats, like was suggested earlier. Obviously bats are small usually, but
I mean, they could be giant bats. No reason not to.
right, big bats, big old bats.
Yeah, I like the idea of a giant anaconda coming up the tree.
Yeah.
Sweet. Anything else? No pressure. If not, we'll draw a couple more cards and call it for the night.
What about, have you ever read how Gary Gygax described, it wasn't called dark vision. What was it called, Mix?
Infravision.
Infravision.
You saw heat.
Yeah, heat signatures.
Right. Yeah, but the one thing that's really interesting is like, what do you see if something is the same heat signature as the rune, like a skeleton?
It's the Arnold
Can you see
Schwarzenegger
it
as
or
the
not?
Predator. Yeah.
Can you see it or not? That's the question. In D&D, they said you could if it moved. Due to a little bit of blurry air currents around it was the explanation, right? Like cool air currents moving. You could see movement in the air, cool air type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they hunt like that.
Yeah.
So if you don't move, maybe you don't get eaten.
And your room temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah. In your room temperature, that's right. Serve
And
room
maybe
temperature.
maybe there's carnivorous plants on the ground.
Oh yeah.
Maybe some of the like plants that adapted after having to live underwater became carnivorous. Like I don't know.
Feed me,
to eat
Seymour.
some of the
Venus
other
fly
predators.
traps.
Yeah, fly traps, but also those big like vase plants. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the
Huge,
Rafisa, the
like-
stinky
Yeah.
flowers.
And set up in ways that like things might fall into them
Yeah.
and not climb out.
Slippery walls and stuff. Yeah.
And those things don't need eyes. They don't need a way of hunting. They
Yeah.
just let things come to them.
Opportunistic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Bless you. I think.
no, that was a cough.
Okay.
My throat's been feeling weird today. I hope I'm not sick.
Yeah. Don't get COVID, please.
I hope not.
All right, Marshall. First 9. What do people eat and drink here? What is considered traditional?
Oh,
What
that's
kind of hoops
interesting.
do they make?
Yeah, about to say
That's
there's
what I was
gotta
just
be
thinking
liquor.
of.
There must be liquor. Every civilization makes liquor.
How do you make alcohol out of like fermented nuts and stuff?
You
They
can.
got vines, fruit vines. Remember?
Yeah, vine
Yeah,
fruits.
vines.
If
Oh,
if
they
it
would
has sugar in it,
definitely,
you
dude,
can make
yeah,
alcohol
they'd be
out of it.
making Yeah, I know. But they'd be making wines. Absolutely. They're a bunch of fruit.
Mhm.
Vine fruit
It's hard to
wines.
beat a good mosquito.
Young wines, too. We're not talking old stuff.
Yeah. I mean, what are they going to
Nope.
store it in, right? It's not like, I mean, you
Nope.
can make barrels out of wood, but
Well, yeah, you're not aging this junk.
It's also not
So,
fancy to them, right? Because it's
mm-mm.
everywhere.
yeah. It's kind of utilitarian. Is that it asks like what is considered traditional, right? They fish out of the geyser, they like eat birds and stuff out of the air probably.
Squirrel.
Mhm.
Yeah, lots of vermin or like, yeah,
There'd
tree.
definitely be hanging fruit farms
Do they eat
around.
monkeys or not?
They must, right?
Monkeys?
Yeah.
They've
Hey,
got
no
to.
furry humanoids.
What
Yeah,
if they're like,
no
what
furries.
if they're militant vegetarians?
Ooh, interesting.
Then they
Ooh.
definitely
And
won't
like
fish, I guess.
Yeah, they're
Or
pescatarians then.
pescatarian.
militant pescatarians. There you go.
Right.
Using militant pescatarian.
Militant. Oh boy.
No,
A
like I
bugger.
mean, if you're caught eating meat, like they're gonna chop your head off,
You get
Mhm.
type thing.
thrown to the Darrow, the demons.
And there could
It-
be, in addition to the snuffers, there could be like, a burger cult.
Oh my god. Cult of the burger.
Oh,
the ones that
And
keep the
he's led
birds,
by
the
the
monkeys,
Burger
and the
King.
wait,
monsters.
burger.
It's
Wouldn't it be
Like,
wouldn't it be like a chicken cult? Because
Yeah.
you can actually
yeah,
you can eat birds and no one else eats birds because
Yeah.
they're crazy.
Colonel
or
Sanders.
whatever. These guys are
Oh,
sniping meat off the ground that nobody knows about.
Mm-hmm.
It has
Or
a
birds
religious.
out of the
The
It's a
air.
poacher.
religious thing.
Or yeah, maybe that's
It's a
part of the caste, right? Is like the people that are closer to the ground will eat whatever they can get their hands on, and sometimes that includes these kind of unsavory
Mm-hmm.
predators.
That's
And
true
that's why
too,
there's a stigma.
and that's why they have a stigma against them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and maybe there's like touches of like religious feelings about like you need to respect the
Ooh,
forest or something.
and they smell different. If you eat meat, you smell different.
Oh.
What if it's not like if it's more of a cultural thing than a criminal thing? Like you're not as enlightened if you eat
Yeah.
meat.
If you're eating meat. Okay,
Mhm.
we got a bunch of vegans over here, huh? Gotta tell you that you're vegan.
Right.
I think they're softening up. You need some more pitchforks. I'm kidding. I don't care how you do it.
I like that idea that the enlightenment aspect.
And
It gives the people higher up another excuse to look down on the
Yeah,
people below.
exactly. Yeah.
that also leads into the sort of stigma of appearance, right? If you're nice and lithe and
Mm,
you're not building up muscle or fat or anything because you eat nuts and berries and fruits all day,
Yeah, you're
and
certainly not packing on the muscle.
you're not like fighting for your life to get some of that mole man meat.
yeah. I don't know if anybody noticed the note that I put in there, but when Dean or whoever it was that talked about hunting the floor creatures, I put in fiercest warriors as a comment, right?
Yeah.
If they're eating meat and they're fighting these things, right? Like
Yeah.
your
Physical
most
activity.
violent, yeah, strongest and most violent of them will be the ones that live in the lower castes.
And they're getting lots of protein from
Yeah.
eating all that
We
meat.
which not to say that everything needs to be a revolution, but like we're playing in decades here. Like the lower runged people could be poised to physically take over,
Uh-oh.
right?
The cult of the burger takes over.
Yeah, the
They kill
Burger
all the
King. They will
engineers.
establish the Burger Monarchy.
They're going to establish the Burger King.
Yep.
Oh, this is awful.
Heck yeah.
All right. I think we've exhausted that one.
Rung warriors rise up and kill all of the genius engineers that eat only fish.
Yeah. All right,
And
Dean.
eat them.
You asked for it. I drew a 10.
Heck yeah, dude.
So first 10.
More tens, more better.
So 10s are special. Pick freely on any of the following questions. Never pick the same one twice.
Mmm.
And then we're gonna skip time.
Good choice, eh? Gosh, there's so many.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 6, I guess. Yeah.
You'll be establishing what either has already happened as we go back in time, or at the precipice of something as we go forward in time.
Hmm. Hmm.
Next to the last one's good for a lead in on skipping time.
I also like the second one though.
Yeah, I like the second one a lot.
Yeah.
I kind of want to lean into that with the hot air balloons.
Yeah, it's your card, man.
I think that's going to be it then. The
There's
great victory is that the discovery of these balloons that can be used to take us up and out to see what's beyond. Where does the water lead? And also, what other uses could these things have?
Wow, it really doesn't like that word, huh?
What word?
I tried to paste the second line of that, and it just is a bunch of boxes.
Hmm.
Place to build.
It's just Mandarin.
So what is this future they wish for? What is like a few things that they are hoping to accomplish with these hot air balloons? How will they set out to work on it?
Definitely hoping to see what the great beyond is. Obviously, everyone wants to know where the water goes, right? In addition, there are those who are looking to meet these giants that live up in the clouds. I think there's also an overall hope that maybe we're not stuck here in the trees forever. You know, I'm sure they're very like it's ingrained into their society, right? Like we live in the trees. We've always lived in the trees. Why wouldn't we?
Everybody lives in trees. Who doesn't
Right.
live in a tree?
Yeah, who doesn't?
The evil man-eating dwarves.
Is this going to be first contact then? Have they been completely closed off until now?
After the
That's
cataclysm.
what I thought.
Yeah, like
surely.
since the cataclysm until now, when they're like, wait, why don't we invent hot air balloons? Is this going
And
to
no
be
one-
their first contact?
No one's been suicidal to lead.
Yeah,
like
because
in,
the forest
you know.
is horrible.
Right.
Anybody who gets close gets all the parties that get close get eaten alive by whatever's there.
Yeah.
Why
Who's
would-
gonna
why
lead
would
an
we go
army
there?
to fight a forest
Yeah,
Right.
infestation?
forest-
to literally fight a
too
forest.
Right.
Yeah,
To build bridges out of.
yeah.
Like, they made progress towards the leaving the center, but what is 2% progress in a
Yeah, when you're in the middle of the
gigantic forest.
Amazon. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. After answering this question, you will roll a die and move in time, collectively deciding the questions that we ask. So, Dean, if you want to do the honors, roll a d6.
E6.
And we'll be we
Heck
get to
yeah, dude.
choose if we move forward. So we're either going to move forward or backwards 10 years.
Early forward.
Yeah, I think forward's kind of the natural progression.
Also, 10 years is almost perfect to see
Yeah.
what happens soon after this.
Mm-hmm. So we all have to answer. We collectively answer these three questions. Do our characters / civilizations still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone? Was there a great exodus? Or
Everyone leaves. They just make a ton of balloons and leave.
I mean, honestly, like do a well, not everybody necessarily. I mean, I guess it could be everybody, but do a bunch of people
would-
leave?
Not a bunch, but a few.
Definitely
What-
scouts.
You
right?
gotta
What? Give me a proportion though. Like, how much of a civilization has to leave before you're like, holy shit,
Point-
how many people left?
not at this point. Not enough. There's no way. I mean, how would you transport out? How prohibitively expensive are these things?
So let's.
You got to think about when did humans start exploring? Like it wasn't like Columbus started off. He took 3 ships.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. And he had way better transportation than this.
So
You're talking
to
5
that end,
people
then,
left.
have the people that have left even come back yet?
Yeah,
Have they made
I
it
would
back?
say so.
Some
I
of them,
think they
maybe.
have-
Definitely not all.
And you also got to imagine at the very beginning of like air travel, the size of a mechanism to carry a single person was gigantic. So it like obviously shrinks as time goes on. But at the beginning, it's not like they're shipping out 10 people at a time. It's like one or two on a flying contraption.
Yeah,
Right?
and I would say in a decade they'd at least learned how to steer these things, not exactly, but in some fashion.
Uh-huh.
You know,
So
because the first hot air balloons were on tethers.
yeah, well that's what I'm saying. Like a few people have left, maybe on the longest untethered journeys. A couple have returned.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
A
not a
few.
lot, but
A lot of them
Some
probably got
them will
eaten.
never
I would
A tether
I would
system.
want to say there's a few of them coming back with like crazy tales and wonders and
Jewelry
a
from some
few
other
Oh,
civilization.
definitely. This is the
a
classic
thing of
people come back to
Zippos.
England with.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Furry
Spices
fish,
and yeah.
stuff nobody's ever heard of before, you
Can
know,
we
and all kinds of crazy legends.
say for the sake of story that how many people have went out doesn't necessarily matter. One person has returned with some of these like treasures.
Right. And it's a mystery as to whether or not people just stayed where they ended up or
Yeah, like you don't
died
know
in
if they're
process.
dead or yeah.
What if two people came back, both of them having vastly different things and having vastly different experiences and saying
We're
vastly different things?
we're literally just rewriting the Israelites going into the promised land where
Uh-huh.
some of the spies were like, they're full of giants, we're gonna die, we can't go here, but then Joshua's like, nah dog. This place is gonna be great, let's go.
Flowing with
No, not like that. More along the lines of one guy comes back and says, "I found a bunch of civilized dwarves,"
Right.
And
And
he
then
and
the other
never,
guy
everybody
comes
knows
back and he's like,
everybody
it's just
knows that's a
wilderness.
lie. Yeah, everybody knows there's no such thing as a civilized dwarf. They live downstairs and eat people.
but he's got like a chest of metal knives or metal trinkets.
Or maybe he's wearing like a mithril coat.
He's got a bunch of metal.
Yeah. Like he
Yeah, he
has
can't, like,
rings and mithril.
he can't like haul back a ton of metal on a hot air balloon, but he could haul
Right.
back, a lot of useful tools and things that is like advanced technology for this civilization.
That he
Yeah,
traded a
something
bunch of
that,
their like weird trinkets and inventions for.
or he
Novel.
traded a magic item from the previous civilization
Hmm.
for that he took with him.
Mm.
Would
Like,
they trust someone with one of those leaving?
what if they didn't know? I mean,
That's
it's been
yeah.
handed down his whole life. It's his magic
Yeah.
flimmy flute shit
Yeah.
he keeps in his pocket, right?
Right.
I'll keep us pulled back. We're not supposed to talk about specific people as much. As fun as it is to look through this
We're
guy.
doing it. This is
Right.
my kind of world building right here.
Yeah. We can invent more mythos about this guy later. I don't think that's the time. I don't think now this game is the place to
Right.
do that
Okay.
necessarily. But
But-
give me an idea. Like, what did somebody else experience? Like, I saw a desert. Right, there was no water. Oh my god.
Yeah, we would have.
They
to-
wouldn't have a
we
word
would
for
have more of
desert,
this.
but
or land without trees.
There's no such thing as land without trees, right? Like
Right.
one
Or
guy's
even
saying,
land.
"I'm
Really.
yeah, it's just trees
yeah.
all the way."
Right. Like only some
Forever.
people have really seen the land, right? In
Yeah.
this society.
So-
Maybe that guy was gone for like, I don't know, 40 days or something crazy like that.
It
And
wasn't even
except in reality, he just went around in circles.
It wasn't even
Right.
the desert. It could be the Great Plains.
yeah.
Right.
Farmland would be alien to these people.
Alien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. It might even be some of their first realization that the whole world isn't just covered in giant sequoia trees.
And water at the bottom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Water and ravenous creatures.
Right.
Because we
Yeah.
haven't decided how long these people have been here in canon yet. So it could literally have been thousands of years.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I imagine
Yeah.
it was long enough for the ecosystem to have developed around these new features,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, the
this is
jungle
a-
had to overtake a whole quarry. So.
Yeah. True.
Right.
And gigantic trees too, like giant sequoias.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Right.
well, the
In
society
time
we
for the flood to
described is
happen and drain.
pretty developed.
Yeah.
True.
You
So
know?
then,
Engineering
This
work.
is thousands of years of development into this society.
I think that these questions may change greatly depending on how far we skip next time. What does the place physically look like now? Has anything visually changed? What does it how does it smell now? How does it feel? Is the second decision. It probably not
It's
fundamentally different.
Right.
Aside from
right.
just a different feeling in people's minds about the rest of the world.
Yeah, maybe the
I would
forward
say
thinkers are getting electrified of like, there must be
they
more out
are,
there. There must be more out there.
and
Right.
the eating of
So a
meat is
more
becoming more prevalent.
society.
Down with the vegans.
Yeah, dude. Some of the people at the top are thinking, what if there's meat eaters, beyond where the balloons go? What if
Right.
we're wrong?
What if we're the only enlightened ones?
Or, what if we're not enlightened and we're really stupid and the rest of the world eats
Right.
meat?
Or,
Eats
I mean,
meat,
There are all
and they're
kinds of
fine.
things going on up there.
alluding to my
Mhm.
revolution idea, are the lower castes just getting more numerous and stronger?
That too.
It's getting scary.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Meanwhile, the upper
definitively happening in any stratified society. I mean, over time,
Yeah.
definitively.
Well, and also the upper caste being located at the very tops and being so engineering savvy, like they're the ones sort of probably planning into the future, like how do we get out of here when that sort of thing happens?
Planning the escape to Mars, as it
Right.
were.
Oh God.
Sort of seeing the gradual population increase of the lower caste
Love it.
and thinking,
Great.
well, in 10, 20 years, we're going to have to build bigger ships to float our whole families out of here.
Right. And then finally, does this place still use its same name? If not, what is it called now? Who calls it that? Do we want to lead into that lower caste growing idea anymore? Like, is there a tension?
I wouldn't say it's there yet.
Not yet.
Not enough, but
But
No.
something is bubbling beneath the surface.
Eventually.
Is beginning
Like
to
we
bubble.
may want to lean into that later on, I would say. Next few hundred years, we can start leaning in more and more to that stuff.
Especially once news of the outside becomes more prevalent.
Exactly.
And then
And,
the
like,
lower class is
confirmed
like,
and-
this
yeah.
isn't how things should be.
Yeah.
Exactly. As soon as there's contact and information flow, everything goes to hell. Right?
Yeah.
I actually thought of something that may play in next week, but what if somebody brought back an invasive species of plant?
Well, that's the end of that.
Like
Kudzu.
Kudzu, yeah. Freaking
exactly.
kudzu, yeah.
They brought this thing back, and it's a pretty little ivy where it's from, but it gets here with all these rich
Yeah.
nutrients and stuff, and it just explodes and starts actually taking over the places where their food is coming from. So the whole
Ooh, that was
there's a whole new career path formed from
For
people
beating
trying to
back
beat
the kudzu.
this invasive, the giant kudzu.
Yeah. Oh,
And
that's really good.
the enlightened ones that sent off these hot air balloons are toting the blame for this
Mm-hmm.
politically.
Right. Because
Oh,
they're literally
goodness.
the only ones that could be doing something like that.
You know that the plant's going to be named after the dude who brought it back, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's going to be like something Vine or something.
Yeah.
It's going to have some insidious name that is involved with their name.
Has taken the blame. All right. It doesn't really say anything else. Well, after answering these questions, resume the normal pattern of gameplay. All right, so I won't go this week. It's 9:15. We'll call it quits for the night and pick up with this. We created everything last week. If everybody's got the Google Doc up, I've got it linked there above all the monitors now. We drew a 10 on our fourth card, so we've already passed forward. I think we went forward a decade, right?
Yeah, 10 years.
Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. Okay. So the some of the guys that were flying in the hot air balloons, the air dirigibles that we had, got out. A couple of them came back. Nobody believes them yet. Nobody cares yet. The underclasses are starting to kind of move up on the upper classes at this point. There's some not a revolution, but the thing that comes before the thing that comes before the revolution is beginning. I like the idea of the kudzu that showed up, whatever mythical kudzu that is. I know there's a couple more plants questions, and so maybe we can focus on that when the cards draw on that. But we ended, I believe, on Dean drawing the 5. So whoever is, I gotta check Roll20, I guess, is where we were at.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember what the order was. We can just go in Discord order now. Marshall, if you want to.
Before you go further,
Yeah.
get it out of my system. The last thing I wanted to say was, if you were going to buy it now, get that. Like, if you're going to spend the money.
Oh my gosh, 49-inch.
Thing's amazing.
As wide as my desk.
Dude, it's awesome.
But once you use a curved monitor, you cannot go back.
Yeah,
either.
right.
It is seriously, you feel like other monitors are bending
Dude.
away from you.
Yeah, I've played with this one over at Ubisoft. It's awesome.
Dang, that thing is wild.
It's gigantic. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
240 hertz. Look at that.
Yeah. It's only $1,900. Honestly, I cannot believe that.
That is wild.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's
It
literally
must be a
over
couple
twice
years
the
old
size of
then,
mine.
Right? If it's that cheap, because normally something like that would be way more expensive.
It's normally $2,000. It's 7% off right now. That's what it says.
Yeah, it's about $2,000 for
That makes
that
sense.
monitor.
2,000
As
US.
long as you're not buying Apple, dude, it's a lot cheaper.
True.
My 27-inch 2K 244 or 240 hertz was only like 900,
Yeah.
and I got it for 700. So, all right, Marshall, if you want to go first, or you want to make somebody else go first?
So
You're next
get
down on
the
the
game
list.
book. Yeah, I got to get the game book out. I forgot where I put it.
I've got it in the drive. I think I might have pinned it. If you. Nope,
Did you
I didn't.
pin it?
I did not pin it. I will go up and pin it now.
I got it. No, I don't got it.
I'll pin the other one too. That's the book.
What?
It should
Where
be
am I?
the one that I just pinned right now. Make sure that's actually true. Yep. So I pinned this above, but there it is again. That's a link to the drive with all the books. I'm drawing the cards anyway because it's such a freaking hassle to try to use Roll20s anyway, so you will have our first 8.
Where are the 8?
If you're using the ground itself, the one that isn't full, but the one that's just called the ground itself, looks like it starts on PDF page 17. The first 8 is, what does success look like in our place? What do the inhabitants want?
Aha, I found it.
I would think success would be to rid themselves of, the movement restrictions somehow.
You're talking about the undergrowth? Like the stuff that's down below?
Yeah, well, either get rid of them or figure out a way to travel, around it.
So I guess can I pull on that string a little bit? Why haven't they been able to do that in the hundreds or perhaps even thousands of years they've already been here?
That's a good question.
Like, why, if that is success, have they just failed that long? Is the opposition that strong?
Or is that success to a few, and then there's 90% of the people that don't like that? Is this a cult of the hot air balloon thing?
A new cult. We now have another cult. We've got
we got
the snuffers, and we've got
the burger cult.
Yeah.
Because remember, we're vegetarian on top.
Yeah. I mean, do the people to that end, do the people think the caste system is working? Like, is success to climb castes?
No. Yeah, no. Oh, hell no.
So I'm good with it.
It's all that climbable.
And maybe that's the ticket then, is the expansion is the way to escape that, right?
I know, but yeah, that's one of it. That could be a part of it, or all of it, even. But yeah, because we described the caste system like the guys on top were claiming divine lineage.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Like you're not breaking into that. No matter,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not the very
you
top
know.
at the least.
No, like that ceiling is there. Period. You getting part of the lucky sperm club or not at all?
The life lottery.
Yep. So yeah, that caste system I would imagine would be pretty rigid
Right.
because those guys would be enforcing it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Anything
So
else on that?
let's do that. No, let's do that. How to get away from the caste system.
Yeah, leave the caste system behind. Really. Yeah. All right. Mace, you're next on the list.
All right.
Our first three.
First
Ooh, that's a fun
three.
one.
Oh, I see how to read that. Okay. What do people listen to and perform here? What is considered the folk art? Ooh. Hmm. Maybe they're they're master woodworkers.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe they've got wild woodwind instruments. Maybe some even built into the trees.
It's like a giant tree-sized didgeridoo.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Huge didgeridoos.
Didgeridoos, flutes, woodwinds.
Like a what is it? A huge grand piano, but
A
woodwind.
pipe organ in the tree.
Yeah, like
A
a pipe
organ.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
They probably, to some extent, there probably are luthiers, right? People who make guitars, because nylon rope, there's plenty of plant material to make strings out of. And then
Right.
good wood for resonant sound.
That's right. So orchestral and woodwind instruments.
So they are musicians. Musicians at heart.
And maybe that's part of it. Those in the middle caste sort of use woodwind instruments. Those in the highest caste have different access to different materials from the trees, and so use orchestral instruments. And those in the lowest caste use like drums because they actually have access to hides potentially.
Yeah. The burger cult strikes again.
Snuffers, is that what the
cult of the snuffers, yeah. The death cult, yeah. Yeah, I like that a lot. Musical tree people. Kind of makes sense. I think we're slowly warping into the Ewoks here.
Are we?
Or the hillbillies of northern Kentucky.
Yeah, right. The hill folk. Yeah. Anything else on that?
That old bluegrass is pretty cool music.
That's right.
I don't disagree. I love it.
Some of it is quite haunting. Of course, it has its roots in Irish Celtic music.
Yep. Again, more hill people.
Yeah.
Hill people. Yeah, I think that does it for that one for me.
Yeah. All right, Mix, you got our first 7.
What is the most beautiful thing about our place? I think it would probably be all the flora. You know, these huge vines with flowers and fruit. They're running up and down these giant trees.
We talked about some of it having like bioluminescence too.
Mm-hmm. I kind of had a couple ideas after we closed out of maybe these like almost floating jellyfish that are bioluminescent, something like you'd see on
Ooh.
maybe Avatar floating through the trees.
Yeah.
Of course, I also had the idea of them riding giant flying squirrels too. I don't
Yeah.
know if
I
to get the
want to
tree to
do
tree.
that.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe those jellyfish, like part of their life cycle, is in the geyser.
And
So they actually are semi-aquatic.
Like they like lay their eggs downstream and then they float up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
to play into the last question, I'd like to think that the bioluminescent creatures and fauna respond to music, and that's what really developed the music here. So when they play music, they actually get a colored light show.
Ooh.
And maybe there's whole festivals devoted to that, playing different music to play different colors, like this settlement's Christmas time. They play Christmas music, and the bioluminescent, uh, the chords that they use make them turn green and red and white.
I love that idea.
But you've got some true artists that can actually paint pictures of these bioluminescent creatures with a song.
They probably sing on their own too, right? Like if they respond to sound.
I think it's more of a vibration.
Oh, it's a inherent. This is a resonant frequency.
Yeah, this is a resonance thing.
See, this is how you keep magic mysterious and epic. You make it out of biological,
Yep.
like realistic things.
It's
that
just
could
flesh.
happen.
That's right. Different types of flesh.
This is just how these animals are.
Don't ask any more questions.
Yes.
So I think, as far as our PF2 game, bards would probably be really prevalent here because that's
Yeah.
particularly musical bards would be the kind of cream of the crop here for artists because they not only are creating music, they're painting at the same time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Making the night a little less scary by means of cool lights. Anything else?
No, I think that's it.
All right. I drew our first ace.
Ooh.
What are the plants like in this place? The rocks, the soil.
Ah.
Well, we haven't seen the rocks and soil for a while.
No. I think I might do one of the other things.
Okay.
So
we did cover kind of a lot of it.
We've
It's
talked about this a
Midway
lot,
stuff.
which is why I'm thinking, oh, let's
Yeah.
maybe we do one of the other things.
Fair.
I don't think I want to do that one yet. Let's throw a party.
Ooh.
So the player describes the situation of a party, a birthday, a ball, a festival in the street, the spring when the flowers all bloom, and every player picks or invents a character that attends. Role player narrate as these characters, chatting idly, dancing, having cake, or merely existing in splendor. Topics of the larger story or situation may come up in conversations, but do not act on big things in any tangible way from the party. They are just the topic of gossip for a good day. So we don't have to roleplay a party if we don't want to. We can just kind of talk about the party. I do like the idea of inventing some characters though, so maybe we'll get stuck in that anyway.
Yeah, this is sweet.
I like the idea of a coming of age rite pairing with the specific bloom of a specific plant. Right? Like you're 12 years old now, you're a man. Like all of the 12-year-olds are men now when this specific flower blooms, or the girls are 12, you become a woman when this specific plant flourishes or whatever. So maybe this is like the festival of coming of age. We can workshop the name, but
What if do you have ideas about the plant, or because I may have one?
What do you got?
What if it's the super massive trees? What if it's part of their life cycle?
Like the big like redwoods that. Oh my
The
gosh!
ones that provide
Like
the
giant
infrastructure
acorns?
for
I
the
was
whole
literally just thinking
society.
they're giant pine cones that burst, right?
Right.
Because
There you go.
that's how pine cones work in the real world, right? They sit up in the trees until there's forest fires, and then
Ah.
they heat up and they burst and they spread seed from the pine cone by literally exploding.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Perfect.
maybe the yeah like once every couple years, maybe it's not even every year, right? So it's a big deal.
Right.
Like there'll be some older kids, but there'll also be some younger kids.
Right.
It
Anybody
just
like range 10 to like 15 or
yeah.
something.
There's probably
Or 10 to
without
5 or
getting too
whatever.
into the nitty gritty. Like
Right.
there's probably some like biological marker, like
Uh-huh.
some puberty mark that they decide like once you start doing this, the next time the acorns show up, you're a man, you're a woman, whatever.
Worthy of being a warrior
Yeah,
or
you are an
whatever.
adult. Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's these giant these giant freaking pine cones that burst.
The bar mitzvah.
It's the pine cone mitzvah. So giant pine cones. What are other some other rights for this then? Unless we do actually want to like make some characters and roleplay it, we can just make up some characters and say like, what are some other parts of this? What does
Mm.
preparation look like?
Maybe there's a way to prime the pine cones nearby or something. Like,
Oh, like cover them in confetti or whatever.
right, like a ceremonial way, like something they've always done that at this point is seen as, I don't know.
All right, now is this something that the pine cones just do themselves?
I like that
Or
idea. Is that it's
okay.
maybe
Then
they
the
like
obvious thing is
they
we need wooden tubes to shove the pine cones in.
what?
It's like confetti cannons.
Oh, so when they burst, it like shoots the yeah. Yeah,
That'd be fun.
I like the idea that like the year that they're going to burst, they like change in color or texture. Like they grow, they look the same for a little while, and then
Mhm.
like a week or a month or whatever before they burst, they start to change color rapidly or like harden on the outside. And
Hmm.
then
Right.
like the festival could be any day. It's as soon as they start exploding. So everybody
Mhm.
like rushes to get ready as soon as they start turning from like green to brown. Like everybody's like, "Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming."
Yeah, maybe an individual that participates in that ceremony has to find their one to prime in whatever
Every
ritualistic way.
child picks a pine cone.
Mhm. And those are the ones that get primed in that way. It's not just
Why don't you make it evil? Like if all the kids got to pick a pine cone, and whichever one of them opens up first, that's the kid that gets sacrificed down to the ground.
Because I think for the
Oh,
most part they don't sacrifice.
Oh, I
what if
mean, maybe
part of
they
it
do
why do you
now.
want to turn every
Yeah,
game
so
into
this isn't
Cthulhu?
what if it's
Sambarum.
very dangerous? The explosion of the pine cones is very dangerous, and you have to be near enough to like participate in some way. And there's a mortality rate involved.
I don't like the idea of killing kids. I'm gonna veto that.
We're
Okay.
having a
Nope.
we're having a festival.
All
It's
right.
gonna be cool. And Marshall's like, somebody's got to
Kill the
bleed.
kid.
There needs to be
All right,
sacrifice
all right, all
involved.
right.
Spend too much time
Cthulhu.
on the sanguine steps.
That's right.
Not too
He's
much
too
time
deep.
playing Cthulhu.
He's too deep.
The madness within.
But what if they also like stretch these like gauzy silks between the trees to actually catch some of these seedlings
Mm.
raining down?
Oh, because there's like a strategic way they want things. Because it's not like you want a tree to grow in every spot, and it's not like a seed will work falling in just every spot based on the tree coverage. They've
Yep.
got reforestation ideas.
I like the idea that they might even be edible too, right? Like not every
Yeah.
pine cone produces edible seed, but like that's literally what a pine nut is. Like the thing that Italians use all the
Mhm.
time. Like that's from one specific type of tree. So maybe it's like a
That stuff
super
across the arm and the leg.
yeah, maybe it's some sort of super aromatic herb that they gather, right? Like they harvest these nuts
Ah.
at this festival and they have to ration them until the next time they get whatever. And the one time they don't ration it is the party that they throw when this happens, right? They make some special dish or like make some special. They probably make liquor out of it. Let's be real.
Yep.
Yep.
They probably
You know,
distill it.
the more and more that we describe this place, I think it
You
would be
like
a great place for our gnomes to be from.
But yeah, it does seem very
True.
gnomish.
I mean, it's very Fey-like in a way.
Fey adjacent.
Yeah. First world, as the Pathfinder system calls it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And maybe the way to sort of fit that into your, all of our ideas about sort of I guess the genes of the races being,
Ooh, yeah, like a commonality.
you know what I mean? A commonality. So these were just dwarves or halflings or whatever that came here way, way, way back when, and they've become more gnomish
Yeah.
as the sort of surroundings
I like the
made sense for it.
the quasi realistic answer to that is right. The Andean people are all tiny because they don't have a lot of protein and there's not a lot of oxygen where they live, so they literally shrink
Yeah.
over years. So they live
Oh,
so high up
perfect.
in the trees that the air is thin, and they eat a bunch of vegetables. So they're all
Yeah.
really short.
And they're
I was thinking
pescatarian, which is
Mexicans get the
also
same thing.
Yeah.
associated the same.
The you know, most of the Hispanic people in the Central America are short.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They live in mountains and they don't eat a lot of protein, so
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
it is what it. Yeah, you shrink. I like this party. All right.
This is an awesome location so far.
Yeah, and we're 7 cards into the deck. I mean, theoretically, it could end in 3 card draws, but
Right.
all right. What Marshall's next? Oh, speaking of 10s, Marshall draws our second 10. So we do a special thing. I don't remember what it was. Pick freely between these questions. Do not pick the same one twice. So he answered. Dean's one was, there's a great victory that the inhabitants build towards a new future. What do they wish for? So you can pick anything but that one.
And we're going to advance time after.
And yeah,
that,
and
right?
we advance time or go back in time, but I don't. Unless
Okay,
Marshall's got a
where
good
are
reason.
they?
Page
Where are they?
18 in the main PDF. It's after
Okay,
all of the other
I was
numbers.
in the wrong one. Okay. I was in the other deck.
They're in both of them. It's just I'm using the full spreads one.
Door party. Omen.
No, not those ones.
Okay.
Those are the focused situations. If you keep scrolling down from there.
I'm on page 23.
Yeah, which do you guys is yours called like full
Tens,
spreads?
there they are. No, I was looking for the 10th. I found them.
What file do you have open? Do you have ground itself pages full? Is that what you guys are using?
Yes.
Okay, I'll open that one up. I had the other one open. So anything except for the Great Victory one. Oh, this text is also much easier to read. I like the middle one. Someone important, politically, socially, emotionally, in our place dies. Who were they, and how were they killed?
That
Not
looks like
how
the
did not how
Marshall
did they
written all
die,
over it.
but how were they killed?
That one's got Marshall written all over it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
No, I wasn't
intentionality
actually
behind
going
the
to
word.
look at that one, but I can take it if you want me to do it.
No, no, you do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, there's the anticipation of problems to come too. So
No, I was going to put the last one.
The knowledge of a secure future.
Yep.
Ooh, how do the inhabitants of our place spend a lazy day?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, what does rest look like in the tops of trees?
I would
And what
think
is the good? What is
higher
the
up-
good thing?
The higher ups are off hot air ballooning. But that's what I would think they would be doing.
So what is taken as a given? And how do the inhabitants of our place spend the lazy day? I thought we had said in the last 10 that the higher ups don't like the balloons because it jeopardizes their stranglehold that they have on the.
Yeah, that's one thing. But
Yeah, but there was political factions using them. Like one
Yeah.
political faction was traditionalist, and the other ones were
Yeah.
Or the
slower.
expansionists. Yeah. You're right.
Which at this point, after the invasive vines, maybe the ones that don't have the traditionalists probably got a little more strength after.
Like, look what you did.
Yeah,
you brought back the kudzu. We told you.
We told you this would only bring evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. So what is taken as a
Definitely
given?
doing.
I guess is the first part.
Well, waterfalls taken as a given. But that's one thing.
Why can everybody
Um,
rest in the fact that there's a waterfall?
Because it's always been there, but it's
Never
wanna say
ending.
it's
It
in
always
jeopardy,
supplies
but-
stuff.
it's
Yeah.
always been there. I still like the idea that it's like siphoning the magic out of the ground somehow, man,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
without people knowing it properly. Like the vortex in Warhammer.
Yeah.
You've
Kinda
read about
play-
that.
kind of plays off the
Something like that.
wellspring gnome name, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like somewhere back in beyond the days, whatever, I forgot the guy's name that they threw out here.
Yeah. Where's it out? It was the name of the place. Vesryn.
Yeah, Vesryn. This guy, he was actually a great wizard, and he actually created this waterfall going up to siphon off enough of the bad magic so it didn't destroy the planet. And that was his real victory.
Hmm.
But that's lost to time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, eventually getting around to create the desert and have desert place that this is
Yeah.
causing on the other side of the continent.
Right.
Well, we alluded to the fact that one of the ballooners found a desert, so there's a
Uh-huh.
negative space to this. Yeah.
There could very well be, yeah.
And it
Who knows?
shattered his reality. There's no trees here.
Yeah. So the high classes are off ballooning. I love
Yeah,
that.
looking down on everybody. It's
Yeah.
got to be.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally looking down on everybody.
Yeah. Not only
Yeah.
figuratively anymore.
No, they would. You would if there was a caste system like that. This kind of nonsense would definitively be going on.
Well, if let's say if the upper caste were ballooning, would this be an opportunity for the classes to all move up and enjoy the riches of the level above them?
While everybody's gone.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe no, maybe
see
that's
how
like
the other half
Christmas.
lives.
Like one day a year, this is the religious ritual.
Oh,
Everybody
every
bumps up.
cast.
Everybody moves up one level for a day, free of charge, or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like no restriction
Well,
or whatever.
the highest level.
Yeah. And the
And
highest
maybe-
level people go balloon.
And the highest level people aren't as
something.
aware of how much that goes on below, because they wouldn't be nearly as okay with it as everyone else that gets to look forward to going up a class.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a given. They do this, I don't know, however many times a year, or once a year, or
Once on the month.
maybe that's their
That would be a good
weekend day off.
That would be a good harvest ritual. After harvest, after the harvest is in, it's resting.
Yeah.
We
Definitely.
yeah for the upper echelon looking down. This is their reward for doing a good job. You know, we'll let
Being
them
part of the
come up
lucky
here for a
club.
day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I like that.
Yeah.
Now I
Yeah.
think we've all agreed we'd rather see time move forward than backward, right?
Yeah, unless there's any reason to go backwards, honestly.
Right.
No.
So, to that end, roll a if you're in roll 20, roll a d6.
I am not.
1.
Mix hit a 1, so 10 years forward, 1 decade hence. Isn't that what Dean rolled too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
he
I'd
also
roll
rolled
again
a
if you
1.
want to.
Yeah,
He did.
we're moving slow. So then we gotta go. We answered 3 questions. We've moved 10 years forward. And then, do our characters or civilization still live here? If not, who lives here now, if anyone?
I still think they would be there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So last time we talked about this was the Balloon Boys. They went and explored. So a few people have left. 2 have returned with completely different stories about what they found. Some brought back metal tools. So like, what has happened in these 10 years hence then, if everybody's still here?
There's got to have been more contact.
Significantly more
Yes.
political contact.
Not just political, but there has got to have been more contact with the outside world.
What if we had a visitor? Like somebody
That's what I'm
followed the
saying.
balloon back.
Yeah.
Mm.
That definitely would have happened, I would think. I was getting there too. Exact same thought.
So somebody else showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Once you show your face, you can be sure somebody else is going to come looking for you, right? Or maybe the dwarves, we told them tales of their crazy dwarves that live on the forest floor, and they're like, no way. And then the not crazy dwarves come looking for them to rescue the long lost kin.
Mm-hmm.
And now have set up an enclave on the lower caste level downstairs.
Or they may even be coming into the forest on the ground level, fighting their way to the center.
That too.
Because I think it would be cool if there's eventually the monsters are replaced by another civilization that lives beneath this. And
So
then
right
instead
now
of
there's a
trade going,
dwarf civil war.
but instead of trade going north, east, south, and west, it goes up and down the trees.
That would work. I mean, they're big enough.
So we've got other people show
So
up. What do we want to call them? Rival or just how do we want to refer to these other nations or whatever?
I think we need to maybe first define is this more than one group? Maybe there's a group approaching on the ground, and maybe we've had a visitor from the sky. And if so, how did the visitor from the sky get here if they didn't come in a hot air balloon?
Right. Maybe the visitor from the sky is more friendly, and there's some crossover between our population and theirs at this point.
Who
Not
else
like
has
you,
flight
but
then?
like individuals.
Yeah, that was the next question. How'd they get there? Like, is talking
Or did we
aliens,
just bring
or-
them back on a did we bring some dignitary back on a balloon to be like an emissary,
Oh,
to be like
Yeah,
like as an embassy?
I was thinking more like that, but that, yeah.
I like that
Good
better
one.
than some other flying civilization shows up. We can invent
Right,
that
'cause then
later
we
if
have
we
to-
want.
Right. We would have to retroactively.
Well, right,
flesh
it's the
out
whole
that
like
one.
flying through space. If you're the only one flying through space, you're not going to see anybody. But yeah, I like the idea that
Highly
it's not
unlikely.
another flying people. There's an emissary that showed up,
Right.
and they're received well.
probably controversially, right? I would think.
Well, it's definitely going to be, a blow to the worldview. I mean, you're no longer like waterfall centric.
Right, and tree centric. You realize
Yeah.
most people have a ground below them that they
Or
live on.
that there are alternative ways of living and climes and et cetera. So you'd be right in the middle of that type of transformation.
Just as kind of an aside on another flying culture, I would like to see us do like the floating islands that are floating in the air in one place.
Yeah, that can definitely be another one we invent.
I think I love that visual on Avatar, the floating islands with the waterfalls coming out of them.
Mm-hmm. I would always build those in Minecraft, like without fail.
We watched that with my son this weekend.
That was a very visually stimulating movie.
It was. It's not the same though as from when it was in the theater in 3D.
That's
It's
true.
not the same. It is just not the same. Anyway.
Hey, new one's on its way though.
Why not have floating islands? We could have that off, outside the forest somewhere.
Yeah, it could be part of the physics of whatever's happening with the geyser.
Yeah, the magic geyser thing.
Maybe the balloon people go up to these sacred owls that got blew out of the ground by the geyser.
Ah,
There
that
you
were
go.
like charged
Yeah.
up with whatever.
So when the balloon people go up,
high enough,
when they go up during this time of harvest, everybody moves up. They actually go up to these sacred islands where there's just like free.
So yeah,
So they're the only ones allowed to interpret,
the will of the gods or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like these tranquil gardens with this Greek style architecture or something.
Right. Well, and keep in mind we were talking about a point in time before these balloons too earlier when we first started this. So back then they thought the gods lived up there and created thunder and lightning. Right? There was
I was about to bring up. Remember that they.
Yeah.
This is something new.
This is sacred land. Yeah.
This is what has changed in the last 10 years? We found these islands, right? That's the difference.
That are in between us and the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they don't even.
Right, because the gods aren't there.
The gods aren't there, so obviously the gods are even higher up.
Right.
Yeah.
The gods used to be here, but they found a better, higher spot because they upgraded.
And there's
oh my lord.
Are these abandoned then? Is there nothing here? Is it just more fauna, or is there something else that lives here? Something intelligent?
I think there's something intelligent.
Yeah.
I would love to see some kind of. I don't necessarily think dragons, because I do like the idea of keeping those. Those haven't been spotted in thousands of years. Mm-hmm. But like some kind of flying drakes, wyverns, something of that nature, even giant eagles.
Something otherworldly lives up there.
But maybe something that's not humanoid but intelligent. For them to interact with. I don't know. It's just off the top of my head.
If we, not that we couldn't have more floating islands somewhere else, but if we wanted to make the floating islands a civilization, are we just gonna? Is this world just gonna have a bunch of floating islands?
No, I think we could actually make another civilization up there as well.
This could be. We're building vertically.
Yeah, we're building vertically.
Starting from the ground, moving our way up. Or I guess starting above the ground and moving our way up. Yeah, some sort of sentient and intelligent.
This is where they thought their gods were, but once they got up here, they found out they weren't gods, and it kind of popped their bubble.
Yeah, that's probably another like religious contention is like, well, these aren't the gods. The gods are higher. And some people are
Well,
like, no, we said these were the gods, and they very clearly aren't.
would they have told anybody if they were the only people
Oh,
going
yeah,
up?
I guess if it's the...
Only
Yeah,
the
it might
highest
not have
caste.
trickled all the way down the tree, but I think the upper class would all know.
The seeds
That's what
of
I'm saying, though.
Yeah,
Would that
it's the conspiracy,
that
right? They know.
right,
they know, but nobody else does, and then they go up and
right.
say,
They
"This
visit
is
the
what
gods.
God said." By the way,
Right.
and they come back down and tell everybody,
Love it.
"God said this,"
The masses stupid,
Not,
happy, and working.
and then everybody else is like, "Great," and may the fish flow.
Yeah, cool. Thumbs up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and as long as everybody keeps getting fed and everything, nobody's gonna care
Yeah.
until something goes wrong.
So here we finally found our intelligent animals. They're up here.
Yeah, they can be humanoid. It doesn't matter to me. They could be titans or giants or whatever.
I'll just say intelligent civilization. I'll put an asterisk.
They just turn out to be a bunch of goblins up there.
The bounciest of the goblins.
Right. That's why they're bounces. They can survive the fall. And
But
then
if you
that's
want to
part of why it's so
incorporate,
controversial that they're gods.
if you want to incorporate some of the other races, they could be like the sylphs.
Yeah.
What are sylphs again? I know the word, but
They're they have air elemental ancestry.
oh. Or even if you wanted to keep it a little more base, some sort of elf offshoot wouldn't be horrible living up there.
The sky
especially
elves.
with sort of a god complex involved.
Yeah. Hoity-toity. Holier than thou elves up there. Yeah, I'm fine with that too. I think we're good to leave it at that. It talks about, has anything visually changed? How does it smell? How does it feel here? Has anything substantially changed? Looking back to what we said last time, nothing's fundamentally different. Eating meat is becoming more prevalent. The lower castes are getting more numerous and stronger. This is when the kudzu showed up. So like how has that changed then?
Maybe finding the gods is how the whole tension over the kudzu thing got squashed. Okay, yeah, we brought back kudzu, but look, we found the god.
Uh-huh. Like they used it as a tool of manipulation. Hey, we know the gods now. I know God. I talked to him earlier. I don't know what he said.
He said, "Gah!" So do the lower castes accept that then? I like that as an answer to how does it feel here. I guess again this is talking about the ground itself, right? We shouldn't necessarily be focusing on the people as much as the area.
Uh-huh.
It sounds like nothing else has really fundamentally changed yet, other than there are other peoples here now.
Well, maybe with the assimilation of other peoples and the knowledge that there's other civilizations out there and the focus changing from that, maybe the caste system, which used to be super rigid, even structurally, like on the trees, now has more structural sort of like
Leniency.
crossover.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry, I missed the last couple minutes. I had to cut out because that was DRDC. I need to make a quick phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
I kind of like the idea of our visitors actually being some of the creatures from the islands. Now there's no denying it. They're obviously not gods. And the upper echelons trying to hold the illusion that they're gods when they're here.
So maybe like over the course of 10 years, like near the beginning, it was like, hey, we found gods and we talked to them, and here's how we're manipulating you based on that. And then one shows up after the first year because they bring it down, and then sort of the illusion starts to break.
Because, I mean, there's got to be some up there that's just as curious about the civilization beneath them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's easier to keep something on the ground from coming up to your lofty island than it is to just drop
Vice
someone
versa.
down.
It's easier to fall than climb.
Right. It's easier to make a glider than a balloon. And maybe they're the glider people. They've got high enough and turbulent enough winds up there that gliders are an actual functional
Yeah.
form of travel. But that's if they end up being humanoid. I guess we shouldn't put too many things in place about that civilization.
The last one, everybody answers these, so we can just kind of roll with it until Marshall gets back. But does the place still use the same name? If not, what is it called now, and who calls it that? Is this a big enough change that the name is changed, or is that waiting for the revolution that's brewing?
I think the name would probably stay the same at this point. I don't think there's been a big enough. Even though we've had
Unless,
these big revelations, I don't think that would necessarily change
Well, and also, oh, sorry.
I can't find the identity of this place. We haven't really done anything that changes this place's identity.
unless we do, right?
Right.
Does this race that's above enlighten them to a different interpretation of what happened? Like, do they know a different story about Vesryn? Right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Do they know something else? Or, like, maybe not even know. Like, what? This is kind of the thing. I guess this will be our toss to Dean, if he ever wants to listen back to this, but notes is there a different mythos that they have about Vesryn?
Yeah, I mean,
that might
truth is
fundamentally
in the eye of the
change.
beholder.
Yeah, like that thing about him being a wizard could literally be true, and these people may revere him, but the people up above may think of him as some
atmosphere by him.
Yeah, he could have been some
right.
sort of destroyer.
Or one of the causes of some of the troubles.
Well, I like what Mick said is he blew their homes up and shot them into the sky.
Yeah.
That's true. It's literally just true.
And I guess Vesryn could be acting in the greater good or something like that. That could be one interpretation. But you know how that greater good discussion goes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most slippery of all slopes.
So the
the
cloud
would
peoples
even give a reason for the islands are floating on this siphon magic that's being pulled out of the ground.
And that's they view him as a destroyer, right?
Or at least a displacer.
Yeah, definitely a displacer. And I like the magic getting siphoned out of the ground being the reason that the ground is so dangerous and all the dwarves are crazy. They're not inherently crazy if you can get them away
long, and it's like, yeah.
Get them away long enough, they'll reconstitute themselves.
Yeah.
But they're, so much down in the wallah or whatever, the drugs or however you want to think about it, that they're all nuts.
Yeah, the magic is actually making them crazy.
Yeah. Or the lack of one or the other.
Yeah, it's like it's like reverse radiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how
radiation
radiation damages you by impacting you. It's something inherent to life force is being sucked from them.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of it necessarily being like undead, it saps your sanity, or it saps your...
But that's part of what's feeding the waterfall vortex, man.
Yes.
So if you try to fix it by saving the dwarves and everything down there,
maybe the sky islands will collapse. Yeah.
Yeah, the waterfall's going to stop because the magic's going to reset, and it doesn't have any more power. And then, well, all bets are off at that point. would be whatever Andrew decided.
I would
Blue.
I would like to think that there is maybe like a water cycle to it, that it eventually gets dropped back down to earth and soaked back into the ground and then pulled back out. So there's this recycling of this magic energy.
Mm-hmm. We might be going off the rails too much. I'm going to pull us back in.
Okay.
So, to that end, does this name change at all? Is it still Vesryn's Grace?
I don't think the name changes.
If it were to, maybe these are just the seeds of it at consideration.
This is the
think it would
beginning.
change yet. Yeah.
I would go as far to say the civilization on the islands calls it Vesryn's Folly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There we go.
It now has two names instead of the name changing.
Yeah, it's the names that the locals know it as, and then the name that the others know it as.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
maybe that gradually shifts as the revolution begins.
Yeah.
You would think, but I mean, you're only talking 20 years here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's only
Even
been 20 years
it's
since the beginning.
Not long enough,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's like-
those are generational changes.
If we roll a 6 next time, then maybe, right?
Yeah. I mean, you would think, there's always that, I guess you want to say liberal conservative cycle, and that little spark of a liberalism in this environment would take way longer than 20 years to get moving.
20 years is long enough for a place to get a nickname, but not necessarily a name change.
No.
Yeah, 60
Or
years may be a
even-
different, right? Maybe a different thing.
Yes, especially in a society like this. I mean, those type of changes, today they're quicker, but not traditionally.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
know?
I'm
Those
with
are
you.
multi-generational changes.
All right.
Oh, and remember the two first ballooners we talked about, just as like generic examples? The
Yeah.
one that went to the desert and the other one that found a wonderland of some sort. The one that found the wonderland could easily have been the one that found the cloud island, or the floating island.
He floated up too far instead of sideways too far, and that's where he ended up.
And that's why his story is utterly different from the guy that actually
Yeah.
landed on the ground in the desert.
Yeah. All right. So that was Marshall drew the 10. So we're at Mace. Barring anything else anybody wants to cover before we move on. Or if we
I'm
want to
good.
take a break.
I think I'm set.
Hearing none. Mace.
I could use a potty break.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
All right.
Let's take 5. I'll refill my water.
Sounds good.
All right. It's Mason's turn.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Second ace. Ooh, one of my favorites.
Second ace. Let's see. Oh.
This is one of my favorites.
Ooh. The seedlings. Dang, I didn't have one ready for this.
You can do one of the other ones. You don't have to do this question. You can do one of the special events.
Well,
or-
this is a really good question in this particular
It is time to
civilization.
plant the seedlings. What are the seedlings? Where are they planted? What is the harvest that is hoped for?
Maybe they could be the luminescent lights, the light plants used for lighting in the lower rungs. Didn't we describe that at some point? I don't know.
Or maybe it's like cultivating the glowworms.
Ah, that's right, glowworms. maybe like there's sort of a, what's the term? Maybe the glowworms at this point are practically like they've been domesticated into livestock, and part of their life cycle has to do with the waterfall. Again, I guess not everything has to tie into that, but maybe there's a they have to be, in order to complete their life cycle, they have to be removed from the waterfall and put into their.
I've kind of got an idea for this one if you want to take another one.
Yeah, that's better. Go
Okay.
for it.
With the whole invention of the hot air balloon, what if this has now become part of the festival of the pine cones, where the seeds that are caught on the silks are actually loaded into the uh, hot air balloons and taken to the edge of the forest, and new trees are planted.
The true edge of the forest.
Yeah, I like that, especially
So
because
they would,
at this point,
so they would know how far the forest went, like definitively.
Well, I think in 10 years, with access to these hot air balloons, now we're talking, they've been around for 10, 15 years, maybe 20.
right?
So
Like they didn't used to have that information at all, but
yeah, I think this has now
now,
been, this could be like a new addition, seeing how big the world is because I mean, these trees are what keep them safe. It's a whole ecosystem up here that keep them away from the things down on the ground. So why wouldn't they want these reverent trees to spread?
Do they plant it right at the edge every time?
I think they're basically trying to extend the forest.
Yeah,
So
they're not just planting them anywhere.
right.
right?
They're trying to expand the forest.
I mean, in most seeds that would drop in any of the denser areas of forest would just sort of die there.
Mm-hmm.
So this
Right.
is cultivated. They're creating a forest.
Right.
Ooh, would they have figured out that building a forest makes the waterfall go bigger and faster and better?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Maybe we'll see that the next time passes. Maybe they don't recognize it, right? Because it'd be such a small change
Yeah, because
Right.
you're talking about hundreds of years for these trees
to
to
grow.
grow,
Yeah.
maybe even thousands for it to get.
Yeah, but that would be fun.
Yeah. Or maybe the further they get from the waterfall, the faster they grow. I don't know. Because they're not getting their life sucked away. I think that the trees are part of the magic infrastructure generally.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, definitely.
More life to siphon from.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, except for as you build the trees, whatever was there before you,
Yeah, it's
probably
getting.
not gonna be happy.
This will be a political or military insurgency later on. It may not be immediately, but in the near future.
The desert people.
Yeah.
What are you doing planting trees
Hey
here?
guys,
How could you?
what the
It's
heck?
in the desert.
Get out of here.
Yeah, what the heck? And you'll bring magical water with you? Okay. We could use some of that.
All right, Mace, you ready for one then?
Yep.
Second 6.
Cool. Second 6.
Ooh, interesting.
Ooh. Returns changed, and now we're 30 years into it, sort of where we started describing it.
Mm-hmm.
Returns.
So this is about, again, 10, 15 years after the discovery of the hot air balloons, 20 to 10 to 20 or 15 to 20 years after the discovery of the hot air balloon. So
Is this
Maybe.
one dude that hasn't come back yet? And now he
Yeah.
and he
does.
comes back 20 years later.
Yeah. What year is
Maybe
it?
the maybe the one guy who found the islands, he returned when we described people returning with the hot air balloons, but we described some people just probably getting lost or never being seen again. Maybe one of those people, specifically the guy who found the desert that we just sort of generically described, now he finally got the means to repair his air balloon and bring it back. And he's been changed by this desert.
In what way?
Yeah, it asks, how are they different?
Well, what could be really interesting about a desert? Because what's been so cool about this location is its sort of uniqueness so far.
It really, you only need to really come up with like one thing
Right.
that changed about
But
them.
I'd like,
Yeah, you don't got it. We don't have to build dances with wolves, right?
Yeah,
Right.
he could come back with like ritual scars or tattoos on him.
He's got blue
Yeah,
eyes.
there you go. Or
Fast.
he like
Blue within
he
blue within
discovered
blue.
he likes lizard pizza.
Right. Okay, so it doesn't have to be that deep. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just what makes them different, right? This guy was gone for 20 years. I'm sure his family's like, hey, what the heck? Thank God you're alive.
Maybe he's just got like a vastly different. I mean, he's been gone for like 10 plus years.
He's tan as heck.
He's tan as heck. He's got a vastly different like, not culture already, but like
Worldview.
Yeah, yeah. Well, in worldview, probably especially when it comes to meat, because he was one of the higher ups in a balloon, because they were the ones creating them. They were the real engineers, and one of the higher caste people. And now he's been in a place where it's sort of necessary that you eat meat a certain amount. And so along with that came many other sort of cultural changes according to whatever civilization we design for the desert later on.
I have discovered bacon, and it is good.
And it is good, yeah. The desert pigs, the famous desert pigs. Yeah.
Yes.
Bacon, that's the one thing that would no way I could ever go vegetarian completely.
Oh, same. Oh.
Bacon sandwich. Oh my god.
Oh. Bacon is
Best.
wonderful.
Bacon and tomato, baby. It's
I
really
know,
the best.
but you can't eat it. Like, it's so bad for you.
Anything else on this?
Bacon sandwich at Christmas. Yum.
Maybe he brings like a bunch of mineral-based spices or something back. Like because obviously
Salt.
we'd have
Salt's like one of the hardest things to get in the forest.
He brings back well, maybe that's part of what took so long is he had to upgrade his balloon with
To haul back a
real
bunch of salt
technology.
blocks.
Right, to bring some salt, but I think he'd probably
So
go
this
for
is like Timbuktu.
variety more than quantity. Right?
Yeah.
As many different unusual resources that they've never had access to as possible.
He is the Dutch West Indies Company.
Salt, any type of spices.
Yep, saffron, all that.
Stuff that's easy to haul around.
Yeah. He's not the spice man. He's the spice boy.
Cinnamon.
And so,
How fast did he make the Kessel Run?
That's right.
So
Hauling
this sort of
fast.
like represents a new expansion into their knowledge of the world and potential trade opportunities and resources.
Yeah. Wow, food actually tastes good if you put stuff in it?
Yeah, wait.
How novel.
Yeah.
Because the island people would also have to be isolated on some level and probably not have as many alien things as like a desert, you know?
Yeah.
When it comes to the fauna and flora and resources.
All right. I drew the second 9. someone or a group leaves this place. Who are they? Why are they going? What did they take with them? And what do they leave behind? I think that the entire middle class has left.
Ah.
The ones that know they're not going to be able to move up, and the ones that don't want to get any closer to the ground. They all start a great migration, and they leave.
How did they leave?
Maybe they stole a bunch of balloons. No, this is probably a bunch of people. Maybe this is like a... This is a dangerous trek that they're making. They are... They are they're the Oregon trailers. They are...
The first big expedition through the darkness.
Yeah.
They went across. I think they went across the forest on giant flying squirrels. Come on.
Maybe they find those on the
From
way.
tree to tree.
But that's my idea, is like they are creating the Oregon Trail through the tree, right? There's going to be a bunch of little outposts about a day's travel each in a path that's going to lead out of the forest.
Well, would that be the middle classes doing that, or would that be the, people that want to be the middle class doing that?
Honestly, I feel like it's the middle classes. They're not going to be able to move up, and they aren't hardy enough to be the...
Yeah, but you're gonna be hard pressed to get a whole group of middle class people to leave their comfort zone.
So here's the thing: is right. This isn't necessarily like middle class. This is probably the people that are the farmers, that are the moss harvesters, the...
Middle caste system is not quite as...
Yeah,
as
like it is a exponential
class.
growth in wealth as you move up the caste. This is not a linear change.
So
most
these
of
are
the
not what we're
workers-
considering like skilled tradesmen. Like,
No, like I would think that like the lowest of the upper classes are the people who craft instruments, right?
Right.
That is a very skilled craft that takes in a good amount of money, but isn't, traveling in balloons to the gods or whatever.
Whereas the lowest caste is like essentially not even a part of society.
Yeah, they are so far removed from everything that happens above ground. It's the
cult of the burger.
Yeah, this is the proletariat in
Right.
1984. Like they're so divorced from the party in terms of like...
Well,
And when you get down to that lowest level, they're more hunter-gatherer, barbaric.
Yeah.
And maybe the sort of, not like full revolution or anything, or actual like, but the tension between the highest classes and the lowest classes is sort of broiling politically more than ever before, and those
And then
caught
the barrier
in
in
that very
between
middle
are leaving. Yeah.
Right, they have a chance of everybody's distracted, and they've got this amazingly well-kept secret that is their network of bridges leading in tunnels leading in a specific direction through trees.
Yeah. I'd like the idea of being able to find, like, in one of the other cities that we're going to create, there's going to be basically this diaspora of these people in one of this other cities. Like they've settled.
Created,
yeah, like they brought their cultures with them. I mean, it's just like think about
Germantown or Little Italy.
Exactly, like the different groups of immigrants that flocked to America in the early 1900s, right? There are these little bastions that, while they became American, are still very distinctly old world. So there's probably this stuff elsewhere.
Also, what that does after this point in time, or even slightly earlier, because it had to have been built, is now as part of the infrastructure of this place we made, there's this underground sort of like tunnel system, hidden tunnel system that they use to all leave subtly and not obviously, so as to be followed. Sort of like the catacombs or something, but
yeah,
probably much more complicated.
I was just thinking in the trees, but I almost like the idea that they took the risk and they are in the like mega dungeon that is under the geyser, Because I don't
Oh.
did we talk about that? The fact that I think that there's a mega dungeon underneath the geyser.
You said the
Not-
geyser was part of an aqueduct system, most likely.
Yes,
Yeah.
in my yeah. I mean, I'm not going to give any more details than that. But what I started thinking about after last week was, oh, there's a freaking mega dungeon underneath the geyser, like this
mega dungeon.
massive, yeah, like Tomb of Horror, or what
Ruined.
was the one in Waterdeep? What is that hole in the
Undermountain.
yawning
Dungeon
portal?
of the Mad Mage.
Yeah, it's Undermountain. Is that what it's called? Undermountain.
Yeah, Undermountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, there's an Undermountain-sized dungeon under this
character.
forest.
In Undermountain right now.
Hell yeah! You playing Mad
Hell
Mage?
yeah. Yep, on Sundays.
Oh, is that the Sunday group? Sweet.
hmm
I love
It's
that.
a cool one.
That adventure's great.
Well, I'd
Yeah,
like to
it's
think too that once they get a certain distance away from the waterfall itself, maybe the dwarves are not as insane.
Yeah, and they're like,
Or-
wait, you're not crazy?
They hit the ground and they actually are making forays. Okay, we're going to send a scout to the ground. Well, he didn't come back. We need to go on a little further.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
assuming a ton of people died doing this.
Yeah,
Like, this, a lot of them made it out, but I don't know, maybe only 20%, 30, 40% of them made it to safety.
maybe they had to go 20 miles through the trees before they could safely drop to the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they lost a lot of scouting parties trying to find where that spot was.
Yeah.
hmm
That was my thought exactly. This was not just we're gonna pack up and go. Like, how many people died on the Oregon Trail? Lots.
Surprisingly few of them were killed by Indians.
That's right.
Yep.
You died of dysentery.
That's right. Disease and diarrhea.
Yep.
You know what the two leading causes of deaths on the Oregon Trail were?
Starvation and
Actually, rivers and getting run over by wagons.
oh no. Oh no.
Bye.
Guys,
my.
go damn wagon.
Because that's lethal. Yeah. I mean, you get run over by a wagon, you're done.
Boom.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's like getting run over by a car now.
Yeah. Worse, because
Right.
it's a
It's
big,
slow.
Might be
it's a
worse.
thin wooden wheel.
Right.
And it doesn't go over you at 55 mile an hour either.
Nice and
No,
slow.
I've
Squishes you
actually-
like a tube of toothpaste.
Well, in those
I've
days, it
had a
just has to
car
get one
roll
of your
over my
limbs.
foot.
Oh,
You're
God.
dead.
It didn't. And it was fine.
Yeah.
Oof.
Distributed over the nice wide foot area.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
It did not break anything.
That's crazy. You got good bones,
Yeah,
Marshall.
Lucky. You got lucky.
All right, Marshall. Second 3. What do people in our place argue about for fun, whether at the bar, in the square, or other social spaces?
Argue about for fun?
Yeah, right. What do they bicker about when they're drinking?
Oh, we got to
Hmm.
have some gambling of some sort. Games.
Yeah, what if there's like a non-lethal version of the Hunger Games going on among the casts? And the winners of this stuff are like highly regarded.
It's gladiatorial. Everybody's got
Yeah,
gladiators.
but it's
They get
gladiatorial, but
privileges.
I don't want to say everybody's got to die all the time.
Yeah. Is it like it's like
It's
extreme
a-
survival? It's like, wait, is this just
It could be
Survivor?
very competitive. Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be something like Survivor, very competitive. But everybody, it's the cast competed against each other. I would say
Mhm.
it's another way to reinforce that.
They send a bunch of teams out into the jungle to survive for a month, and
Uh-huh.
I don't know how they get updates, but this is their sport. That's hilarious. The different casts have their own mascots and everything.
Yeah, this
Cast
is,
scouts,
man,
if you will.
There's got to be some sort of crooked underground betting around that.
Yeah, that'll be.
Got to be.
I wager these pine nuts.
I mean, when
Yeah.
you think about what do we argue, when you're sitting around drinking, what do you argue about for fun? sports is one of the
Sports.
first.
Yeah, that's exactly my thought. Was
Sports.
this is their sports, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be like archery contests too, right?
Tree
Yeah,
swinging
but
and vine swinging,
Oh, vine
rope
swinging. Yeah.
climbing.
we've already stratified this place by caste. They would definitely compete
Yeah, for sure.
along those strata.
For
right.
sure.
That's just how. Well,
Yeah,
we
maybe
could try
it's
to
another way
disconnect them.
for someone to break out of their caste, to move up.
Yeah.
Would be to become an elite.
Oh, like
Yeah.
if you're the if the one winner gets to promote or whatever.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you think about it, this is not, again, this is more cultural than racial or color. But you think about some of the guys that have broken out of the hood and became stars. They did it, a lot of them did it through sports.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's a way for people to rise above their station in the caste system. It's an avenue for them to break out.
Yeah. For sure.
I would say that's the case, but if we're going to argue about the caste system like that, then the people from the higher caste would have they would produce much better stock on the average, I would say.
Well, not if they're not eating meat.
No, they've got to have all the leisure time in the world. So if you're going to be doing
Oh yeah,
this, you're going to be training.
they're doing the bodybuilding stuff that the other classes don't have time to do.
That's what I'm saying. If they're the upper classes are going to produce the most competitive ones on average, not at necessarily definitively.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But even if you take it back to the gladiatorial system, gladiators were slaves that could win their
Uh-huh.
freedom
Yeah.
through
Uh-huh.
gladiatorial combat. So
Yeah.
Or, I mean, if this is the sport, you could have multiple levels of it. Like, you could have what we described initially, which is the, Sunday football version. And then you could have the, this is how we execute inmates version on, late night TV,
Uh-huh.
sponsored by, the state authority.
Yeah, right.
so you
You know,
got Sunday night football, and then you've got the running man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yep.
That's precisely
Wasn't
what I was
at 11:30.
Was not expecting a Running Man reference while we played this game, but here it is.
That was good. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's a perfect analogy.
Hilarious. All right, who's next? Who was that? That was me.
That was me,
That was you.
Marshall.
Oh, 3. Yeah, you're right. Mason. Hey, aces like you. That's another ace. Mason Asen. So third
right.
ace. The harvest day has arrived. What is being harvested? For what purpose? And how is it being stored?
Ooh.
This was when me and Cameron played this game. We had we invented this whole culture about liquor. Yeah.
I was going to say, if it's the fruit of the vine, I know where I'm going with it.
Yeah, it can be vine fruit liquor, that's for sure. But we've talked about if we want to expand on it, use that, but expand on it, or if we want to come up with something new.
Okay.
Every civilization has liquor. That is just a fundamental part of civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Do we have enough food to feed ourselves? As soon as we have that, can we make liquor out of it?
Can we ferment anything in sight? I guess harvest. I mean, we are biased towards plants right now because it's a plant-based society. But we got this big waterfall here filled with alien fish.
Oh, we're gonna focus on the fish that come out of the waterfall?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Maybe okay. So the we've got the jellyfish that start in the waterfall and sort of
The
float
singing,
elsewhere.
dancing jellyfish that change colors.
That's right.
Yep.
Yes. And then
We can call them
maybe.
flumps if that works better.
Oh my gosh, are they just flumps?
How about this? There are sort of, like a flying fish. It glides.
Yeah.
Maybe there's at the beginning of a certain season is when they get old enough to be flying around like that, and there's sort of a hunting harvest or something.
Like when the salmon go upstream, the bears all go to the river and munch on salmon.
Right. And so, yes, they have their spears and
Butterfly nets.
and nets and for the really
Have you
big
guys-
boys, their ballista ready.
Have you guys ever seen the capelins when they come in the North Atlantic?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, these itty bitty fish, about the size of your index finger,
Okay.
Whoa.
right? They're called capelin, like
Uh-huh.
Capelin.
Itty bitty.
And they just flood into the beaches in the springtime. Like you just go out and pick them out in buckets, right?
Ooh.
So all the people in the North Atlantic, like Newfoundland, Labrador, Greenland, and all that, they have big old capelin festivals every time, and then they just cook these things and eat them like French fries.
Oh yeah, look at them.
They're delicious.
Interesting.
French fried sardines.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
They're really
Yeah.
good.
And so maybe they have sort of a festival based on it. And they harvest. What is the? Oh wait. Stored and for what purpose?
Yeah, for what purpose and how? We could talk. There, I am always down to make a festival. If there's a festival, there can be a festival.
Sweet. There should be a festival.
Yeah.
But I also think. How's it being stored? Because they're not gonna have salt.
They don't have. Yeah, they don't have salt. Oh god, they make lutefisk.
They do.
Maybe
They
it's
could have
fried.
smokehouses.
Yeah, maybe. It's
Oh,
smoked.
yeah,
I
that makes
thought,
way
wait a
more
minute,
sense.
Hold on. What
Yeah.
didn't dude just show up with salt?
Oh,
Only
true.
enough
This is
that
forward
a
in
single
time.
balloon- That's
Yeah,
true. Okay, so
The
maybe
guy
now
just
they
came
do
back with a
salt
bunch of
trade.
salt,
Mm-hmm.
So
and now
we're
he knows
maybe
how
they're
to fry the holy fish.
they're
And so now
making
they've
the
got like
transition
salt
from
chambers.
all smoked fish to salted fish.
Uh-huh. So they're
Oh man, there's got to be a rivalry there.
This is
The
what the old
smoker
guys.
versus
This is
the
this is what the
smoker.
old guys bicker about.
Yeah, well, whether
Smoked
smoked
fish.
or salted's better.
Salted fish, smoked fish.
Damn kids and their salted fish.
Yep, these kids don't know what's good for them.
Stick to the old
No,
way.
it's salt.
Smoke those boogers.
I found what they actually argue about at the bar. Here it is.
Maybe tied into this is sort of like how whatever the fermented pine cones.
Yeah.
It's like the premium of the premium booze here. The meat from these fish is the premium of the premium food.
It's like when I think of fish, the best fish I've ever had is a walleye that I caught right out of the boundary waters and cooked within like an hour.
Ooh,
Right.
ooh.
So in my mind, walleye is the best fish I've ever had. I've had really good
There you
salmon, I've
go.
had really whatever, but like I've never enjoyed a fish as much as I've enjoyed that walleye. So it's like the meat from this fish is the best fish.
Walleyes look sort of wild too, so let's make them flying walleye. And they're big.
Yeah, walleye can get pretty huge.
Yeah, it's a pretty big fish.
They're big.
They've got the spikies on them.
Mm-hmm.
The what are they?
We
what-
got a crappie down here that
Yeah, I love crappie.
multiplying droves. Crappie is good even.
Yeah, I like crappie. My great uncle had a boat that he named Mr. Crappie. Kind of like walleye. That
Y'all
would be a
making me
huge
hungry now.
flying fish.
Yeah, but I like the idea that they have to like spearfish for them.
Yeah, they're so big.
That's why they're not like fishing them throughout the year in
Yeah.
the waterfall.
Yeah.
They're waiting for them to jump out so they can spear them.
Yeah, and it's like when they're biggest or whatever. Yeah.
Right. You wouldn't want to kill it before it's.
So
Yeah.
you're
It'd
talking
be
about
cool if the
flying
another
walleye.
argument.
Yeah, flying walleye. Imagine a
Flying
32
walleye.
Do
inch.
they got big old nasty teeth and stuff
Yeah.
like the walleyes and them sharp?
Yeah.
They've got
fins?
to, right?
Oh yeah.
No. Well, if they're flying, I bet those fins will cut you.
Yeah.
'Cause
I've
they'll
been cut on a
you if you're
walleye.
not
Yeah.
careful. Yeah.
They're deadly.
That's
Yeah,
why it's a
I think it
festival.
would- I think it would be
And
cool if there's different ways to fish for them, like spears, atlatls, bows.
Right.
You know, like everybody's.
Yeah. They've got their
You know, like-
patented way. Yeah.
Yeah, the fly rods or the
Dude,
cane poles or.
Can
know,
you
the pistols.
imagine flying walleyes with those big sharp teeth?
It'd
You'd
be
have to go at them in plate armor.
It'd be terrifying.
It would help accelerate their woodcrafting engineering progress
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah.
I gotta find a
So
picture
early-
out of a walleye's mouth and show you guys.
Early
what that
in the-
looks like.
Early in the civilization's history, this was like a horrifying,
Yeah, there
like-
we go.
terrible. I've seen plenty of walleye. I know how scary they are.
Oh, and the walleye even have the huge spiny fins.
Yeah,
that
I've been.
easily
They have
thematically
drawn
fit
blood
with
on me
things.
all the time. If you don't grab them right and they flop when you go to grab them, I've had my
Yeah.
finger run through with a walleye spear.
Yikes.
That's a mean fish.
Yeah, they eat bass. They're so big. They eat
Well, and
smallmouth bass.
Their wings are giant fins too. So imagine
Yeah.
that big
That
dorsal
spine,
fin,
yeah.
with spine, but huge and on either side.
Yeah.
These things are dangerous.
This is a test of metal as much as it is a gathering of food.
Right.
I like to think they're spearing them and maybe they've got lines connected to their spears or arrows or whatever,
Yeah.
dragging them back and clubbing them to death while they
Right.
float around.
Yeah, you've got to club a walleye for sure.
Uh-huh. Well, and you've got to do all of the fishing from a distance. You're not gonna,
Yeah.
like we said, those spines.
Up close and personal, baby. All right. We got to get away from these walleye.
Okay.
All right,
Peasants,
Vic.
dude, peasants don't do that. They got a 22 on the boat for those little boogers.
They don't even bop them. They just put them through the head. Yeah.
Yep, they just pull out the little pistol and bam.
I don't blame them. Makes it easy.
They're
Third three.
illegal, but they don't care.
A new style, fad, or devotion sweeps our place. What is it, and who cares about it?
Style, fad, or devotion.
Walleye jackets.
Turbans.
Walleye hoods,
Ooh.
like with the little fish hoodie.
Who's
I
drawing?
think there's a new devotion of people who don't worship the gods on the islands. That maybe they've
They've got their own pantheon or whatever.
they've got their own pantheon or even a creator god that created the whole world. Now that the view of the world's getting bigger, their god has to get bigger.
Mm.
It's not just giants in the clouds anymore.
Right.
This has to be a big god to create this. So there's
Is this like is this like the Reformation kind of thing? Like or the Great
Yeah.
Schism? Like this is a new aspect of the same faith, or is this a completely new thing?
I think this is maybe a completely new thing. Maybe this is the first monotheistic devotion. Up until this time, they had this idea of this pantheon of giants in the clouds, and
Right.
now there's this view of monotheism going that the clouds were created just like the world was.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they could tell, on the hot air balloons, but I'm sure they could see the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
If it's even round.
Yeah,
also
if it's
helped
round.
them
We haven't
internally, it
really
helps
established that, but
Yeah.
right.
they've
That's up to
they've
Andrew.
definitely got some things that have changed their views, not only uh, of deism, but also their sciences have changed. I mean, you think
I
back in the
know.
early days when Aristotle and these guys were coming up with these theories.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think that might be something we'll pull the string on more as we get closer. I like
yeah,
coming up with a new religion.
And your local gods make less sense once you realize that
Encounter
other
others, yeah.
civilizations are out there.
Yeah.
Suddenly, it's like, wait, but
No, but this
do
is
they have
God.
their own cloud giants?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who made them?
or maybe even some of the people from the islands are spreading their faith here. Maybe they are the one that brought the monotheism view. Figure out, no, we're not gods.
Right.
We are flattered, but
Right.
what did the Ghostbusters say though? If anybody asks if you're a god, you say yes. There's no Ghostbusters yes in this world, but
And that's why it's just now really starting to get. It's been a slow burn.
because it's been migrating down, right? 10
Right.
years of time.
Some of these people that have actually went up in the hot air balloons high enough to get on these islands are actually looking down at how big the world really is, and
They're like, dang, there's
realize
more than just forest, yeah.
realize they've got a very limited view.
Yeah. All right. Anything else on that?
Nope, that's all I got.
I think after mix, it's me, right?
Mhm.
The fourth and final three. A bad decision leaves marks on the land. What was this decision, and what trace does it leave? A bad decision leaves marks on the land. Oh, buddy.
Oh, no.
In an effort to try to tame the underwilds, there was a massive forest fire.
Oh.
They decided to maybe they brought in oil lanterns from somewhere else on one of their trading, and they're like, "Oh wow, this fire can go anywhere, and it doesn't need a torch." Well, a massive forest fire destroys maybe like a whole wing of the city, a big like portion of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Did it go straight up or did it go wide? Both?
I think it's both. I think like it probably burned down a good chunk of the unpopulated areas, and the waterfall was probably the only thing that saved the city areas, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to talk about. Well, I don't know. Does anybody have like what would be? I don't want to destroy the whole city necessarily.
Well, I mean, normally the big trees. I mean, and depending on what kind of fire it is, the biggest trees usually survive.
Yeah.
And it's all the little undergrowth stuff that's taken out. But I think it would be interesting if this is what actually drove the Oregon Trail folks underground.
Ah, maybe, yeah. Maybe
Like they hit the ground, okay, it's safe here, and then here's a forest fire behind them.
Or maybe they caused it.
Could have.
Maybe they caused it and nobody knows.
Yeah, I like that idea that they caused this forest fire and nobody knows it. Because like how could they have done it? Is what everybody thinks. It's like how could they possibly have done this? Maybe it destroys like half the city. And it would
definitely
probably more the lower parts than the upper then.
Well, lumber always burns faster than trees.
Yeah, so maybe the trees for the most part are fine.
Maybe the trees were scarred, but they're okay. But this devastated buildings and bridges and structures, man-made structures.
And it doesn't even have to be that the entire expedition that was leaving was uniform in a decision to like burn down the forest behind them.
But maybe some of them did.
Yeah, some of them within that don't necessarily have like a uniform mindset with everybody there are responsible for that sort of thing.
It didn't even have to be arson. It could have been two kids playing with an oil lamp.
Yeah. Maybe we even
be the ones, yeah.
Let's toss the curtain on it and do what Dean was saying is nobody knows what started it.
Yep.
Right? People blame that cow that kicked over the lantern for the Great Chicago Fire, but that has never been categorically proven, and it's arguably impossible to do so. Or maybe that is true and I'm just making that up, but right, maybe that's what it is. There is debate. The upper castes are saying the people that left started this fire to sabotage us.
Something else to argue about in the bar.
Yeah. Maybe not, that one specifically was for fun, though.
Yeah, not so much for fun, this one.
Yeah, I was going to say this.
100 years from now, it'll be argued about for fun, but not right now.
Yeah. Once everybody who, lost their home in the fire is gone, they can laugh about it.
Yeah. Did we really land on the moon?
Exactly. Stuff like that. I just watched Interstellar a couple weeks ago. I forgot that's how that movie started. All right. Back up to Marshall. Third 6. Sorry to burn the village now, guys.
Something small but noticeable is destroyed. What was it, and who or what destroyed it?
Half of the village.
Something small but noticeable. Half the village. Oh, he's gone. I didn't see that he was gone again. All right, I guess Mace, this is yours then. Unless Marshall wants to, or Mix wants to pick it up.
Something small but noticeable. Maybe the wooden statue of Vesryn was like half.
The axe guy or Vesryn?
Oh, it was the statue of the axe guy. I thought it was a Vesryn.
Brennan the Great hoisting his axe.
Yeah, maybe now it is all charred and like, not like completely half missing, but it very, very damaged from the fire. Like they put in an effort to get it out of danger, but it was sort of too late.
It does say destroyed, my dude.
Oh, destroyed.
It does say something small but noticeable is destroyed. I'm not saying don't do the statue, but I feel like that's not small.
Okay.
Right, as that's like a foundational piece.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we can destroy it if we really want to, but
I think it fits because in the grand scheme of the whole
city burning down, yeah.
Right.
That's kind of
small.
Small, and it's noticeable. I mean, what else? What other thing noticeable could we lose?
That's even smaller than that. I can't.
There would be smaller than that.
Yeah, we could make something up.
True. Right, I could create.
I'm sure we could.
Like
maybe there was a journal from like an ancient. Artifact. Yeah, right. There's some journal from like that's said to be the writings of Vesryn or whatever.
But I think it would be a good lead into a name change eventually. If Brennan's statue was destroyed, they wanted to remember him, so they renamed the town after him or something.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's good. What is it and who or what destroyed it? Is that we're saying the fire destroyed it? That's all she wrote?
I think it was destroyed in the fire.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. We don't need to get any more complicated about it unless we want to.
And maybe at this point in history, it had been like the place it was in like the city was in front of a library with a bunch of
like a very prominent place.
Right, and so maybe we did lose things like Vesryn's journal or something like that. Well, I guess we probably wouldn't have Vesryn's journal because we would know too much about the world then.
What if
he's sort of
it could just be some writings from him though, right? It doesn't need to be everything.
Right.
What if the statue was what stopped the fire from getting to the library?
Like it
So it's
toppled
like,
over and protected
it's
the.
like Brennan's statue,
It's still protected.
heroically saved the library, and that's even his statue was heroic.
I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Is it the library? Is that what got saved? Like
Yeah, I'd
like an
like
archive or
that works
something?
really good. Yeah.
Right, because that fits with like it would be completely lost in a fire, and it's very valuable in terms of like knowledge or
Yeah.
history.
So Brennan may be gone, but the history lives on.
Mm-hmm.
Aw. All right, Mix. The
They
first.
renamed the library.
New
after
town
Brennan's
name,
grave.
Brennan's Lament.
Yeah.
Okay, what have I got?
The first 5. What are the stars like in our place? The sky, the weather.
Ooh, a good one.
I think because of the magic that is flowing out of the geyser, I mean, this magic is palpable. It's holding up these islands. And I think the light filtering through it would make like an aurora borealis kind of look in the sky,
Ooh.
like the northern lights.
Is that like all the time then?
Yeah,
At
I
night?
think maybe it changes with the seasons a little bit, but I think there's a constant shifting of that light, the northern lights kind of look in the sky. And I think because of that, it kind of obscures the view of the stars. Maybe we didn't actually see the stars until we got to the top of the islands.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Ah. Between the flying fish and the floating jellyfish, this place probably feels like you're underwater
Yeah, to an extent.
at all times.
Yeah.
I definitely think this is a humid place. I think there's a lot of rain. It probably rains, at least 5 times a week, if not once a
Yeah.
day.
We likened it
Right.
to the Pacific Northwest. We talked about it being a temperate rainforest.
Mm-hmm.
This like ambient misting coming off
Yeah.
of the waterfall at all times.
Tons of precipitation, but it's not hot like a rainforest. It's cool.
Ooh, do they have an aqueduct system?
They maybe. I feel like the waterfall's there. You don't need the aqueduct.
It just complicates the theme of the waterfall, I think. Because what once you've got an aqueduct system, what are they using the waterfall for day to day?
Yeah.
It takes a little bit away from the.
Well, there might be some semblance of that to get it to the outer reaches of the town.
Yeah.
Maybe giant leaves that catch rain and use it for a function or something.
I was just imagining big buckets on pulley systems, right? Because everything's over-engineered.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So there's just like big buckets full of water that are slung on these pulleys.
I think it would be cool to have like gutters that come off that like go make a circuit, like almost like a roller coaster.
Well, I was just thinking like electric lines to everybody's house.
Ah.
I
But
do
what
like
was
the idea of
thinking with
a
the
water
gutters is
slide.
maybe kids float little boats down them.
Like little paper boats? Yeah.
Yeah. there's like this roller coaster gutter system that makes a circuit around, always dropping, around the town. I think that would be cool. But
Yeah, that's sweet.
It fits in with them being tinkerers too, so.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh, and I mean, for energy, what if? I mean, obviously, some of the higher up in the cast, because they've got to be engineers, but water wheels sticking off
Yeah,
of the edge of
everywhere.
a tree
Yep.
into the waterfall that's moving upwards.
Yeah.
As
They
a
never
means of
have to
energy.
mill anything by hand.
Right.
even into the aqueduct, their little roller coaster thing that's going around. There's probably smaller
True.
ones. Maybe every household has their own little mill to grind up pine nuts into.
Oh.
Right.
I was
some
just
kind of
thinking
water.
this town has like running water. Like flushable toilets and showers and
Uh huh.
because they can make pumps with water wheels and
Mhm.
I mean, it's a freaking waterfall too, so.
Uh-huh. Well, and they can have like hyper complicated but entirely wood, like little machines for
Yeah.
like what Mix was saying, like crushing nuts. It's just
Yeah.
like a crank you've got on the wall. You throw.
Yeah,
throw
we
a
just
Put it into
thought the
gear and it,
dwarves.
yeah.
We just thought the dwarves were crazy because of the magic. It's actually because of the sewage.
Yeah. Yep. All the drain off.
Yeah. Probably smells bad down there.
Ugh. Right. I drew the second 5. What secrets are kept in? Oh, you got something else?
Oh, just to add to that, that like sort of makes the caste system more extreme because like the higher up you are on the chutes, the more pure the water coming through down to you is.
Yeah.
And so you're each
Yep.
level is sort of shitting into the
Into the
water
stream that goes
supply
up.
of the lower level.
Yeah. I think we alluded to that
At the
last
bottom.
week.
Oh, that's true. But now with aqueducts, it's even more.
It's worse
more
now.
Real. Yeah. Sorry.
Nope,
What
you're
was your
good.
one?
Second 5. What secrets are kept in our place? Why are they kept? By whom and from whom?
Ooh.
I think the middle class knew that there was a dungeon below. I think that or maybe the low. Maybe that's what it is. The low class knows that there's a dungeon down there. Knows that there is this ancient abandoned city beneath everything.
And maybe has known for a long time, but
Yeah.
it's not been like a solid sort of common knowledge.
So why are they keeping it a secret? Are they planning on eventually?
That's where they get all their stuff from.
Maybe they just don't, even though it's not like a particular strategy of keeping a secret, they just don't share things with any.
Yeah, because why would they, right?
apparently.
They're always being
Right.
taken advantage of. They're always getting looked down on. Why would they
The
offer
lowest
anything?
caste is the
So what
only
if-
one that can sort of be flippant to the other castes because they have nothing to lose compared to any other caste.
And what if they have a view of maybe one day starting their own kingdom in it,
Yeah.
Ooh.
where they could be the rulers?
Yeah.
Maybe that's like a part of their like identity as the lowest caste is this legend of the underworld or something.
To borrow from Hart, maybe they're delvers.
Yeah, right?
Haha.
For sure.
They take
that's
pride in being delvers.
That's
That's
where
what
part of
gives
their-
them. That's what helps
your
them
achievements
rise
come
above
from.
the depression of where they're at. Is the pride and
Yeah. We've talked about how the lower castes are fierce hunters, too. So, like, they
Mhm.
can survive down there. They go down and they delve.
Much more robust.
cool.
All right. So, Mace, you like aces because you just got the 4th one.
Haha. That just is my luck.
4th ace.
All right.
Sometimes
ace.
change is so slow that the world shifts unnoticed. What is the groundswell that has been taking place so quietly?
I think we all know what this is.
Is this the revolution?
There is, as the middle caste sort of gets
Disappeared.
out of there, yeah, there's a void to be filled. So some of the lowest in the lowest caste have been making it up a little bit higher, and they are also denizens. The lowest caste was treated like trash from the beginning of history for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have been organizing. That's it. They're organizing now, which is dangerous for anyone else.
When I thought they were delvers too,
Organization
they're
could
probably
lead
getting
to-
weapons from this,
Ah,
right? Like they have steel weapons. They have
that's right.
swords and clubs and bows and
They've got more lethal resources for war. Or have been, because this is a very subtle, slow shift, they have been gradually learning more about that in a way that the people in the top have not been. And,
They could have been watching the crazy dwarves forge weapons,
yeah.
studying them.
Mhm. And then there's now sort of like the lowest caste didn't have a chance to form any sort of organization or hierarchy, and maybe the very foundation of that is being formed. Some of the more powerful people amongst the lowest class are gaining sort of influence.
Yeah, especially now that
Be
the
the
middle class has
revolution.
moved out, the middle castes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And they've got new resources and means and land because they were able to shift upward slightly and take some of the old, like, because you said the middle caste that left was primarily like workers
Yeah.
taking a lot of their old equipment or
And definitely
land.
their labor.
Mm-hmm.
And after the fire, right? What does the upper caste have?
Right. And even the physical infrastructure
Mhm.
was sort of cut a swath through by the fire.
Yeah.
And so there's more ways up, like physically even.
This could be the beginning of the end for the caste system.
It might be.
And maybe the beginning of the revolution is they're taking sort of, they have a kinship with the fire that destroyed the city in this.
They are the cult of the hamburger.
That's right.
Flame broiled. What's that? Is that Marshall back? Or are you still on the phone?
Yeah, I know. I was listening.
All right.
That's last
like
few
the
minutes.
fire did.
All right, Mix. It had to be fate. Our third 10.
Wow.
No.
I got 3 aces and you got 3 tens? How?
Mix. For Mix.
Oh, this is my first 10.
This is Mix's first 10.
Oh,
Dean had the first one. Marshall had the second one.
I thought you said. Never mind. Never mind.
You're
thought
good.
He got 3 tens. That makes sense.
Well, we're just talking about this revolution that's brewing, and then Mix rolls a 10. We get a 10.
Uh-huh.
So
well, let's see the outcome of this revolution.
Exactly.
Here we go.
What do you think from your questions, Mix?
Someone important in our place dies.
Ooh.
Who were they and how were they killed? How were they remembered after?
Oh.
Like whoever the leader of the province is, the governor, the duke, the king.
Whatever the de facto leader was.
Has been
Highest
killed.
member of the highest class, the caste, or whatever.
Yeah. And I think this is going to spark the beginning of the end of the caste system.
Who killed them?
An assassin from the lower depths from
the
somebody
lower rungs.
And I'd like to think it's someone that worked their way up through the sporting events.
Oh.
Ooh. And maybe that was part of the plan of the revolution.
Yeah, this is the guy that has been training. This is like the zealots in the the Jewish community back during Roman oppression.
The Maccabees?
They've been down there. Yeah, the Maccabees. They have been down there training for this day that one of them could rise into the upper caste, and be in a position to take this first step of the revolution.
This has been the plan all along.
Yep. And so the de facto leader is killed, and because this sparks the end of the caste system, at the end of this, they're going to be remembered as basically the Hugo Chavez of the day, or the Castro this guy that lived in opulence and his people, while they kept the common people pressed down. He's not going to necessarily be remembered as a tyrant specifically, but as a controller.
Mm.
What's the there's a term for this in Islam. Decadence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A naive leader who lived in decadence. Can we say that?
Yep. There we go.
We'll definitely need a name for this guy. We don't need it right now, but we need a name for this guy. This is going to be a very important character in history. I'll come up with a good list and we'll go from there unless somebody has a really good one. Wow, that is wild. We need a name for the killer too. I'm imagining some sort of femme fatale, but it could be a big burly dude too.
I was thinking Brutus from Julius Caesar.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like a popular uprising that ends up backfiring.
Yeah, I guess we don't know if it turns out well for this person.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we don't know yet, I suppose.
Were there part B and part C to the plan from the lower caste that set him up as the new dictator, or?
Yeah, I mean, he could have
I
been
think it was a series of opportunistic events that set this in place. You had the leaving of the middle class, taking away one barrier between them and the upper class. Then you had the fire that hurt the upper class's wealth and power.
Yeah.
Right. Acts of nature.
There was a lot of things that led up to this to make this opportunity present itself.
So maybe I kind of like the shrouds, the idea that Dean liked with shrouds, right? Maybe this character is kind of revered like Che Guevara.
Yeah.
Right? Like some people really hate him, some people really love him.
Right.
May have killed a bunch of people, but was a man of the people.
Like Che or acted like him? I mean, that's a complicated dude.
That's what I'm saying. Like some people revere Che Guevara.
Well, he's got good and bad traits all over the place.
That's what I'm saying. Is like I like the idea that this character, this assassin, is less Brutus and is more Che.
Well, Che are his traits exaggerated like Che Guevara's?
I don't know, maybe.
Is he eccentric? That's the real one.
Yeah, right.
I think his traits would definitely be exaggerated by the lower class. The good traits are probably exaggerated by the lower class, and his bad traits are probably exaggerated by the upper class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because like technically he's a liberator of oppression, but at the same time,
Che was also a mass murderer.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
Exactly. A mass murderer.
You can see how eccentric he is. Just read the Motorcycle Diaries, right?
Yeah.
I mean, have it. Basically, his own words.
There's people that still wear Nazi lightning bolts on their shoulder to this day. Somebody will worship anybody.
Yeah, maybe we'll enshrine this person at a later date then. Whether as famous.
I like people like complex like Che Guevara.
Yeah,
like
I did.
Super complex.
That's why I like.
As long as I'm not the one he killed.
Yeah, true.
You're talking about from a historical study point of view.
Yeah, like from as a character, as a human being.
You don't agree with him, but
necessarily. It's hard to find
That's
somebody you agree
Machiavelli.
entirely with, right?
Uh-huh.
That's a Machiavelli. That brings Machiavelli
Yeah,
into
exactly.
this, especially when
Machiavelli's
you talk
back.
about Che Guevara.
Yep. Yep.
And then you can't win that discussion.
Yep.
There's no. Depends who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm. He's a great way to observe human philosophy.
Mhm.
All right, we need a roll.
Me again.
You again. How many years? 40 years have passed.
Oh.
I think we're going to see some changes this time.
There might be. Yeah, especially with what just happened.
Che Guevara
Yeah.
just rolled in.
After
Something's gonna
Could've been-
change.
yeah,
3 revolutions.
after answering this question, roll the die and move in time, collectively decide. Do our characters and civilization still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone?
I think, yes, it's still the same civilization, but I think the caste system has been pretty much eradicated. I think because of that, they probably fell behind in their advancement of innovation because there's not like this upper echelon of people that just get to sit around inventing things.
Well, and caste system or not, like the whole place burned down.
Yeah.
So, like, in addition to the whole place burned down, and they overthrew the government.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think it's definitely taken a step back. Maybe this is what got them from getting into the Renaissance era and gunpowder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Right. They are primed now. I like this idea because if we leave it here, I mean, there'll be another 10, depending on how far forward we go in the future. If this is kind of the state that it's in, this has the potential to be this barbarous wasteland or like the seat of the great Renaissance.
Uh-huh.
This could be the next big thing, just depending on how things go. Or it could just be the middle of nowhere and nothing happens. If not, does anybody? All right. What does this place physically look like now? Has anything visually changed?
Yeah.
How does it smell now? How does it feel here? Let's focus on less with the word feel, like literally touch by touch. How does it feel?
It smells like toast.
No, hopefully not anymore. Well, I guess
Not
there's
after
still
40
some
years.
char. So what does it
I'm
look
sure
like
I think
now?
so.
The old city's gone.
I think there's still some scarring on the trees and stuff even after 40 years.
Oh, that'll be there forever.
I think the biggest change that we're going to see is a lot of this bioluminescence probably got burned up in the fire.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got some of the things that, may have been right around the waterfall that survived, but as a whole, I think the town is a whole lot darker than what it was.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the char on, like, because it probably charred pretty deep into the wood.
Yeah.
You're not going to just stop using that entire 500-600 foot tall tree because some portion of it's charred, It's still part of your city.
I mean, an engineer's got to make an assessment on it, right?
Right. Well, yeah. Right. And then also on top of that, the fire was big enough that it sounds like it changed some of the structure of the trees in general. So like there are probably partial trees there that have like massive char remaining in certain necks of the city woods.
Yeah, there's trees that look like this that are still standing and growing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
So that is a real thing. So the bioluminescence is gone. Everybody's kind of worked around it. I'd imagine like there's probably some really wild like art being carved out of charred wood. Not to be that guy that says out of great tragedy comes great art, but because that's
I'd like to
terrible
think some
way.
of the bio, like right around the waterfall, right around town square, there was enough humidity
Yeah.
that, the bioluminescence is still there, but now there's a real effort to try to cultivate
To like propagate it, yeah.
I think we're going to get into where we have been more tinkers and mechanics. We're going to be more into biology.
Right.
Yeah, shift that technology to be used in a terraforming way, really. Smells like char. How does it smell? It smells like charred wood. It almost, I like this kind of echoes the beginning too. Like the city is rebuilding from the waterfall out again.
Yeah.
Does this place still use the same name? If not, what is it called now, and who calls it that?
This is one I would say we could probably use a name change. But I like the idea of naming it Brennan's Lament.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
I dub thee now Brennan's Lament. Was this French Revolution? Did these people axe all of the upper class?
The guillotine.
Yeah, like has the aristocracy been beheaded?
Those that couldn't flee in balloons, maybe.
Oh, true.
I wouldn't think they'd behead them either. They'd chuck them off the tree.
Oh yeah, feed him to the ground.
Yeah, that'd be the way to do it here if you were going to do something like that.
But I also think they could see the value in the innovation of these people as well. I mean,
Yeah, so the question is
intent.
the revolution quiet or bloodthirsty, right?
Well, and I'm sure whether or not the general populace knows, they probably kept a few of the best engineers around, because as a new leader, you're not just gonna throw away all of your advantages as a society.
This just could be my Che Guevara coming in here. Is this a new despotic leader, or is this a syndicate or a communist? Like, is there a Politburo? Maybe not that complicated, but is there a council now instead of a regent?
Are you guys familiar with the quiet revolution in Quebec?
We can't hear anything you just said.
Are we
I said
familiar with?
the quiet revolution in Quebec.
Not as familiar as I should be.
Okay, well, it's the same era as the civil rights movement in the U.S., but it's when the Francophone majority asserted, basically equal rights. And it happened in a very nonviolent manner. It's a big deal.
Started after the election of 1960, characterized by the secularization of the government, the creation of a state-run welfare state, as well as the realignment of politics into federalist and sovereignist factions, the eventual election of a pro-sovereignty provincial governor.
Wow.
I think this would be an excellent place for us to establish a democracy of some sort.
This is this is how you change society in a nonviolent manner.
Yeah.
Like this, from a grassroots level. Like, this is exactly what happened here.
So did the lower class, are they the Quebecois that they killed
up and said,
they killed the leader, but that was just an extreme act of violence that culminated in take us seriously, and they took over. I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm not one to encourage violent revolution, but this is a game. It's not nobody actually died talking about this, so.
No, I mean, that's what I was saying. Is it a violent revolution, non-violent revolution? How does that work?
If we're installing a democracy, I almost like the idea that it follows that pattern.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and delete bloody revolution.
Semi-bloodless revolution.
Quasi-bloodless.
There were a couple stupid things that happened during this, like there was a pipe bombing of a cafe and things like that, but it wasn't like there was a gigantic, massive revolt. A few dummies here and there.
This was not the French Revolution. No. By no means.
No. But it was the Francophone population asserting their authority.
Yeah. Well, it's the French people learned from the French Revolution that, I don't know if we could do that again.
Well, I mean, prior to that, if you were a Francophone, you didn't get into management, or you didn't work your way up.
Really?
The Anglophone community had all the money.
I did not know that.
Just about. There was a bit of a French elite, but not much at all.
Maybe it's not
The
Brennan's Lament then, right? That seems too. That doesn't seem
that
optimistic enough for a group of people that take over and forge a democracy.
Maybe it's
well
just called
in
New Brennan.
in Quebec they just doubled down on their identity. We are Quebec and we're French.
So is
You
it?
know?
Are we?
Understand?
Is it Vesryn's Grace then? Is it still
Or
Vesryn's
Oh,
Grace?
wait a minute. Have the upper classes in their balloons started mingling a bit too much with the outside world, and the lower class don't like it?
I'm assuming the upper class has, for the most part, fled.
So maybe they're reestablishing themselves, and those upper class guys weren't holy enough.
For the new people, you're saying?
No, I'm saying, does the revolution go the other way? Like everybody's thinking it's establishing a democracy, or is it? Do they want to double down on what they're doing now?
Though I guess that's does this revolution succeed or not then? If this is the entire lower class armed with weapons
No, that's
threatening
not what
bloody
we said,
revolution.
though.
I like the
No,
idea that we had to begin with, that it was more or less a bloodlust that it led to a democracy.
Yeah, I like the idea that the elites fled. At least the
Yeah.
most hoity-toity of them. The ones that claim the divine lineage are like, well, we can't stand for this.
Yeah.
And just,
that's precisely what happened in Quebec.
Yeah, there may have been actually some of them that leapt from the trees, suicide, because they just couldn't.
yeah. Maybe, okay, maybe that's what it is. They call it Brennan's Lament, but the lower class has re-seized it as. It is still that whole Quebecois thing. This is still Quebec. This is still Vesryn's Grace, but the people who left who, like, would try to press a claim for kingship, right, would call it Brennan's Lament.
Yeah, and since they're the ones expanding out, that's what the new world is going to know it as, unless they come here and talk to the locals. Oh, this is not Brendan Lament.
No, it ain't bad. Those guys suck.
It's Grace.
Yeah, those guys are pieces of shit.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't like them. That's why we kicked them out.
bunch of nerds.
Reclaiming the city and founding a
Got
democracy.
rid of them all.
Dude, nerds is a title now that you can be proud of.
Yeah.
Great. I'm
Those
raising
nerds
future
had a
nerds here.
library in their city. Imagine
That's right. The only thing that got saved, too.
that.
So, I also like the idea that, right, democracy as a whole in this kind of time is pretty rare. So, everybody that's left's like, these people overthrew the kingdom. But these people are existing here is like, yeah, dog, we're a democracy. What about it? And they don't want to go anywhere. They love this area. They love the forest. And that's
So,
maybe,
what do y'all? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that's the reason that it's less technology and it's more biological now. Right? They love the forest. They're staying. They're promoting the forest again.
Mhm. Well, and much like those in the higher and middle castes had dreams of sky, these people in the lowest caste had dreams of the trees and
Yeah.
living in the actual city.
Yeah.
And I think some of the refugees from the upper class would have probably went up to the islands.
Yeah. Definitely.
And
Definitely
Oh,
some of
maybe the
them.
whole maybe the whole balloon technology revolutionized the islands.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I don't know how you guys feel. I think this is a pretty good place for us to put a pin in this civilization and move to a different one.
Oh yeah, like you don't wanna play to the last 10.
Yeah, I'm thinking like this might be a good place for us to stop, and this is the way this place is. when we start the campaign.
I'm fine with
So
that.
this is year 1.
Yeah,
in
this
terms
where
of
this
our-
ends is time 0, is the start of the clock. I like that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
All sorts of history in this place. Really interesting, unique history.
I like building these campaigns this way, like using
Yeah,
one
that's-
system to do part of it and another system to do another part of it.
that is
Well,
very
and
cool.
two, we don't get bogged down doing 3, 4, 5 sessions in one spot. You know,
Yeah.
it's going to take us 6 months to create the world before we ever
Yeah.
get around to starting the campaign. You know, if we do a session and a half, 2 sessions on each place, we ought to get a pretty good established field for us to come in and adventure.
Yeah.
And everybody will have a good idea of like this is what the world looks like.
Yeah.
And this was my idea anyway, was do a couple sessions of this, go play Heart. Do a couple sessions of this, go play Heart.
Mhm.
Make 3 or 4 city states and then go from there.
What a world it will be if this is our baseline.
Yeah, I mean this is just
Well,
one
that's just one.
this is one
I
idea
know.
that we had about this forest kingdom,
Yeah.
right? We're going to do something
Exactly.
completely out to lunch next time that's completely different than this.
This
Well,
is just
out
one
of
how many
this-
city states?
Out of this has spawned the idea of 2 other civilizations, the desert one and the one in
Yup.
the islands.
Yeah, we could
Yeah.
hop onto one of those if we wanted. Yeah.
I think that's a great idea, especially because we've got some of their interactions with this one fresh.
Yeah, there's history that we can pull on from
Yeah.
this. Yeah. Sweet. Glad you guys are enjoying it, because I've been dying to play this game with you guys for nearly a
This is
calendar year now.
No, this is a super cool way to build. I mean, again, this location we just made is awesome. It
Sick.
doesn't seem too much like any other one I've heard of, which is the best feature of it, I think. Like it's
I
got
think-
thematic.
I think
similarities.
we've almost got enough history that we don't even need to go to the floating isles. We need a little bit of backstory for it, but we've got so much that's happened in recent history
Yeah.
so close to it that we almost don't need to. I mean, we could probably cover that in a session.
Yeah. I don't know if we need to do the floating cities is definitely something I could just take and run with
Yeah.
if we want to jump
think-
over to the desert or just do
Yeah.
something new.
Yeah, I think our next spot will either be the desert. It could be the dungeon.
True.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's
The
actually sane dwarves in the dungeon.
deeper down that are like, yeah. Oh my gosh, it's like again, like radiation. Deep enough down, there's enough shielding,
Right.
and there's a
Right.
dwarven stronghold down there that is not full of crazy dwarves.
Like they're in the dungeon, but they're not like anywhere near this civilization we're talking about. They're like at the ends
Yeah.
of the dungeon.
Dozens of layers down.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they got a magic metal that shields them.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that could even be the Underdark of the world.
Oh
Like
man,
there's some crystals or something in the rock down
Yeah,
there that keeps
that
us from
shields it.
getting-
yeah.
Yeah.
A network of ancient mines.
This-
and
it's
That way
so
we could
big.
visit.
Yeah, that it's just the Underdark.
Yeah. Well, and so much about it would be mysterious because it's from whatever that old civilization was that has been gone for however long.
And had the capability of mining out that much space.
Right.
Well, that and where all this water came from, I kind of get the idea of the water that maybe the crust of the earth was on top of water.
Yeah.
And all this water that has flown into this geyser, created. There's a lot of these caverns that were from the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and from that like flooding part of the cataclysm definitely accelerated that sort of a thing.
Sweet.
Not that I really want to go to the Underdark next session, but
Yeah.
we could go. I mean, we could go to the desert, or we could go somewhere completely different.
The question is, what can we do to a desert that makes it as crazy as this forest we just made.
Oh man, sand sailboats.
Me and Cameron made
Ooh,
up a
Yeah, I was
pretty
gonna say
cool desert one with all the wind
a
stuff. I'm
sea
definitely gonna bring some of
desert.
that stuff in.
the Sea of Silt.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't make that up. That's Dark Sun.
Mm.
Sailing the Sea of Silt.
But a desert that has like a sea analogy to it would be sweet, and with like even maybe history as actually having been a sea at one point.
Yeah. I mean, we call regions on the moon after different seas,
Mm-hmm. Oh.
and it's a barren
Yep.
wasteland. Sick.
But it would be so cool, if, like, you know, whether it's L. Ron Hubbard's uh,
Xanadu
worms,
or whatever. Yeah.
or
Yeah.
it's the boulets.
Uh-huh.
These different creatures that live in the sand. The Krayt dragons of Tatooine.
Uh-huh.
We're sailing across the sand.
And you see what looks like a whale or a shark in the distance, but it's one of these different things.
Yeah, that actually move through the sand like they're
Uh-huh.
swimming.
Yeah,
But
that would
really,
be sweet.
yeah, we could definitely. And I'd love to see genie lore. A lot of genie stuff.
Uh-huh.
To that end, I've also there's an alternate mechanic in this that talks about creating non-peopled places where there are no inhabitants. If we ever wanted to just make like a region that maybe at one point had inhabitants or
Uh-huh.
only sees people passing through, not established.
Yeah, that would be cool for this place because you could have these ships that are running across it, but no one
But
actually
nobody
lives
actually
there,
lives there. Yeah.
other than the
Right.
monsters and the sphinxes and the
Yeah.
ancient pyramids filled with mummies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll inform the kinds of people that live around it, but we don't have to go to those cities. It'll tell us about the people that live there without actually looking
Hmm.
at them specifically.
And we may have enough for it just talking about it now.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll figure something new out. We're doing a good job.